virtual board meeting of the Oak Park and River Forest High School Board of Education on December 17th, 2020. It is currently 5:32 p.m. Gail, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Dr. Moore? No. Mr. Barron?
Here.
Mr. Isley? Oh, he's not, I'm sorry. Mr. Martiri?
Here.
Ms. Harris?
Here.
And Ms. Dixon-Spivey?
Here. So regarding our virtual location, the state of Illinois continues to operate under disaster declaration related to the COVID-19 worldwide pandemic. The health department continues to advise the community to practice social distancing, wear face masks, and avoid unnecessary contact with others. Based on the current public health concerns, I, Sarah Spivey, as head of the public body, do not believe it is either practical or prudent to hold an in-person meeting of the Board of Education on December 17, 2020. I further believe that it is neither practical nor prudent for the public to be present at the public body's regular meeting location. We will continue to hold a remote meeting with updated practices to comply with Public Act 101-640 that was signed by Governor Pritzker on June 12th. Okay, our first item this evening is closed session. So I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district, and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity, collective negotiation matters between the district and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, as well as a self-evaluation, practices and procedures, or professional ethics when meeting with a representative of a statewide association in which the district is a member. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the district has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the district finds that action is probably imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the closed meeting minutes. Is there a second?
Second.
Gail, could you please do a roll call?
Yes. Dr. Moore? Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Mr. Martiri?
Yep.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon-Spivey?
Yes. So we will now go to our closed session link and reunite there. For any members of the public who are watching, we will be coming back for open session, our levy hearing, public comment, and our normal items of business at 7:30.
Hey Megan, it's Jackie McGoey. They won't be back until 7:30 for the open session. You're muted.
The thing said 5:30, which I thought was early, but I'm like, I'll just turn it on and
Yeah,
see.
they open the meeting and then go right into closed session. So they won't be back for open session until 7:30.
Okay, great. Thanks for letting me know.
Yeah, no problem.
What if I just sat here for 2 hours and stared at you? All
We
right.
have
See you
much
later.
better things to do. All right,
Wait, what did you tell me? I've already forgotten. 7 or 7:30?
7:30.
Okay. Thanks, Jackie.
Sure, no problem.
Bye.
I think we're still waiting for a couple of board members. It's so hard to tell sometimes on Zoom.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just checking my mic. I always have mic issues.
Yeah, we're still missing some.
I'm in.
Jackie's
Okay.
here.
Yeah. Let's give it another couple minutes. We're still missing one now, it looks like. Oh, you know what? Gail, I think she had said that she wasn't gonna be able to make part of the meeting.
That is correct. Yeah.
Okay,
she'll be back
we will
later.
I forgot that. Okay. Let me get to where I need to be. So, we are here for the tax levy hearing. It is now 7:34 p.m. I call this public hearing to order on Thursday, December 17th, 2020 for the Oak Park and River Forest High School 2020 tax levy. Notice of this public hearing appeared in the December 9th, 2020 edition of the Wednesday Journal newspaper. At this time, I ask for any written or oral comments to be received. And this is now the opportunity for public comment on the tax levy.
Yes, and we do have one, if you'll give me one moment. And this is from Michael Gibbs to the District 200 Board. Thank you for your service to the community. Yes, you have been elected to serve the interests of the voters of Oak Park and River Forest, but the primary reason is what is the best interest of the students of Oak Park, River Forest, present and future. As president of the Husky Booster Club for 10 years and River Forest Village trustee for 8 years, I grew to appreciate the different responsibilities of the various elected bodies and who they are elected to represent. You need to ask yourself one question before every decision you make. Is this decision in the best interest of District 200? I firmly believe the decision is to not take the allowable levy is not in the best interest of District 200. Where will the funds come from to renovate the facilities? Certainly not reductions in revenue. It is an accepted reality that the athletic facilities are the worst in the conference, excluding the football stadium. The delay in the renovation project should be an embarrassment to all of you. Your solution is to reduce the income to address the infrastructure shortcomings and, of course, athletics in the bullseye for cost reductions. Shame on you. I have been an IHSA official for 36 years. The OPRF facilities are comparable to Chicago Public School. Again, shame on you. Go visit other schools in the conference. Tell me how proud you are of 200 North Scoville Avenue after those visits. The high school has a great deal to contribute or reduce the value of our homes. If the high school is in poor shape, it reflects negatively on the home values. I encourage you to reconsider the levy reduction. Those things that are best is the school model, not a description of other schools in the area. Is this the best decision? Is this decision in the best interest of District 200? No. And that's all I have. Sarah?
Sorry, was I on mute?
I guess so.
Forgive me. Yeah, forgive me. I'm just talking away. Okay. So given that there is no other additional comment concerning the levy, it is now 7:37 p.m. And so I'm going to close this public hearing. Gail, is there any other formality that needs to be done
No.
with regard to this for tonight? Okay.
No.
All right. We are now on to, something nice. Employee recognition of the month. So as we, feels like so long ago, but as we hopefully remember when we used to meet live and in person, we had started honoring various members of our Husky community. So we are going to start doing that again. I think the events of the past few months had us also scattered that we lost sight of this for a little bit, but it's back. So as you know, last year the district launched our employee recognition program, where each month we recognized a teacher of the month, an employee of the month, and a volunteer of the month. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, the program was put on hold, but we realized that during these difficult times, many of our employees have gone above and beyond, and that they truly deserve recognition. I'm happy to announce that we resumed the program in December. So we are going to publicly recognize our winners for 2 of those categories tonight. Teacher of the month, and then employee of the month. And Gail, I don't know, am I supposed to have a certificate? Because I don't.
No, it's going to be just flashed on the screen.
Oh, I don't have to do anything with it. Okay. So first, I would like to congratulate Megan Cahill. She was selected as the teacher of the month. She was nominated by 6 different people, which I hear may be a record. And here are just some of the things mentioned in those nominations. And like, let's not lose sight that being a teacher while remote is, I can't even imagine how difficult this must be. So Megan is fearless when it comes to advocating for her students. Out of the box thinking comes naturally to her, and she has a productive workaround for the tedious and the difficult. That's a great skill. She is willing to go the extra mile and then some to make sure that students who don't have a voice find one. Due to the pandemic, our seniors and their families were at a severe disadvantage in making final decisions about where to attend college. With the help of Chris Johnson, Megan Cahill spearheaded a community-wide initiative called College Connection, which reached out to thousands of OPRF alums and community members, which allowed students and families to connect with an expert, mentor, and support to help make these big, life-changing college decisions. So here is should be a certificate on the screen. I unfortunately can't see both at the same time. Yep, there it is. So I wish that Megan were here. There would be a photograph. It would be a little bit more celebratory. We could see her, we could give her a hug. But congratulations, Megan. We are so proud to have you as one of our faculty. So is she here and able to make a statement or wishes to make a statement? Does
I
anyone
don't think
know?
she's here.
Okay, all right, well, we are super grateful for her service. And then we have our second employee of the month. And I'm so glad we brought this back. All right, our second employee of the month is Tim Hasso. And here is what people who submitted the nominations had to say about Tim. This fall, Tim has been running our on-site connectivity lab for students who have had difficulty with consistent internet access at home, and has gone above and beyond, serving as a mentor, tutor, and unofficial case manager for students in the program. Because Tim quickly built meaningful relationships with students in the program, he's been able to continue the outreach, encouragement, and academic support with these students even during this adaptive pause. He has been an incredible advocate for our students and has managed to motivate students who have been really disengaged during remote learning. I can't say enough positive words about Tim's work ethic and drive to help our students succeed. So thank you. We are so grateful for your service to our kids. Really boots on the ground. Yeah, and there's his certificate. So I don't know if he is here this evening and has any words that he would like to share. I don't think I see him on here. So we will make sure that both Tim and Megan get those certificates mailed to their home, I'm assuming, so that they can feel the love when that arrives in their mailbox. So thank you to both of them. All right, now we have public comments. So Gail, if you want to begin.
Yes.
Sorry, can I jump in really quick? I apologize. I just saw Megan Cahill in the room and I don't know if she wants to say something, but I would be remiss if we didn't give her the opportunity to at least.
Yeah, please.
Oh, hi, sorry. I switched over to the YouTube one because I didn't want to disrupt the levy, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. And hope everyone has a wonderful holiday. Thanks.
And thank you for your work during this really horrible, difficult time.
It's a great place to work. I feel very lucky. Thanks again.
Thank you, Megan.
I'll mute myself.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, you're on mute.
Sorry. Public comment, Gail?
Yes. This is from Suzanne Morrison. Dr. Pruitt-Adams doesn't leave until, I believe, July. It seems appropriate for this board to choose her replacement. There is nothing wrong with getting a head start, such as securing a search firm and providing a first draft of the criteria for a new superintendent. However, selecting a new superintendent when the makeup of the board will change in April is a bit of an overreach. It seems unnecessary and hence it makes people suspicious of the current board's motives. If this board is 100% intent on making that decision for the subsequent board, then perhaps create a task force or ad hoc committee made up exclusively of District 200 board candidates to provide input into the candidate process. Of course, not all of them are going to be elected, but a better group of engaged people you could not find. Anyone interested in potentially joining the board and putting in most unthanked time as a board member is someone who cares deeply about the OPRFHS and our community. It may help squelch some of the community trust issues that dog D200. Many in the community perceive that D200 board seems content approving major plans and initiatives that are presented to them and the community that are rather light on the details of how things will be administered once the rubber meets the road. There are all sorts of obvious details that, no surprise, were thought through that end up creating all manners of problems. Personally, I recall the changes a few years ago to the attendance policy that left a few seniors hours before graduation unable to walk the stage until myself and many others wrote letters questioning how such poor communication and execution by the school could be allowed to cause such arbitrary pain and hurt. My child was not one of those students, but I wrote anyway because the fault seemed to lie with the attendance policy. They clearly hadn't considered all the issues when it was adopted. When an administration and its board treat every practical question as an attack, then things inevitably end up being poorly planned and executed. Questions, especially the ones you cannot answer, are the ones that make a good idea great. The staff needing to find answers to those questions is what makes an initiative roll out more smoothly. It is tough for the board and the staff to feel attacked, but feelings aren't the important thing. Educating our kids to the best of our collective ability is. Those uncomfortable questions aren't personal. Most often they are practical. Despite the constructive criticism, please know your unpaid time and dedication to the community is appreciated. The next one is from Mark Trinka. Dear board members, thanks again for your time and energy in dealing with multiple dynamic issues surrounding the education, enlightenment, and health of our high school age children. One of the issues surrounding the education, enlightenment, and health of our school age children, I repeated that. One of the issues that arose during the spring, summer of 2020 was the use of the tennis courts for staging of construction-related activity related to phase 1 of the Imagine Oak Park project. This staging took away courts from the girls' tennis team, thereby reducing the number of women that could play the sport. The messaging surrounding the use of these courts was disingenuous as the courts were largely used for private passenger parking, vehicle parking for contractors. I'm interested in your analysis of the girls' tennis program and what could have been done to make it a more successful venture. I'm also interested in the modifications that you are considering in trying to make the boys' tennis season a robust experience for all. Thank you. The next one is from Mr. Clay Houlihan, OPRF Board. I want to voice my concern about the rise of mental health issues since the coronavirus arrived. Depression and anxiety in America have become rampant. Federal surveys show that 40% of Americans are now grappling with at least one mental health or drug-related problem. But young adults have been hit hardest than any other age group, with 75% struggling. Even more alarming when the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recently asked young adults if they had thought about killing themselves in the past 30 days. 1 in 4 said they had. Keeping young adults out of the school is compounding this problem, and I fear that the remote learning solution to our problem is worse than a virus that has a 99.97 survival rate among the same age group. OPRF high school has always been known as a trailblazer, a progressive institution, one that cares about its students and the welfare of the community. We should be striving for not only the hybrid opening, but opening up completely to all students. The teachers I spoke with all privately, in quotes, want to come back and teach in person. They care what happens to the next generation they are teaching. I'm not sure if the unions feel the same way. Let's do something right for our children, like other school districts across from the country. Let's not play political football with our children's mental health. The next one is from Lisa Reed. Dear D200 board members, something needs to change. Our Huskies are suffering. More students are receiving Fs than ever before. Facebook is loaded with stories of Huskies with 3.5 plus GPAs in the pre-COVID times who are getting Ds and Fs for the first time ever. Why? They are not turning in work. Why? They are not engaged. Why? They are isolated and depressed, clinically diagnosed now for many. We, the parents of OPRF students, are told to show grace. Where is the grace for our Huskies? Where is the grace in reaching out to students who are receiving atypical grades and or not turning in work, to understand why and to see how they can partner together? Where is the grace in reaching out to parents to see how we can partner together? Where is the grace on the part of the administration to reduce the stress Huskies by making final optional as a grade boost, or making finals optional as a grade boost, or allowing students to go pass fail as many universities are doing? Please, on behalf of hundreds, if not thousands of parents, please show grace to our Huskies. Cancel finals. Go to pass fail if requested. Help the teachers figure out how to engage the Huskies. It is time for a new approach. It is time to show with actions that we are all together. The next comment is from Terry Kelleher to OPRF District 200 school board members. I'm writing to urge you and the District 200 Board of Education to allow Oak Park resident Dima Ali an opportunity to address the Board of Education at its upcoming board meeting. She deserves an opportunity to respond to the way she, the Muslim community, students of color, and supporters of an inclusive community and racial equity were harmed by the public statement of a school board member, Matt Barron, at a recent school board meeting. It's only fair that Ms. Alley be provided equal time to directly and personally respond. Mr. Barron used the school board meeting as a platform to defensively double down on his prior racially inflammatory and harmful statements, which have been widely condemned and removed from the local newspaper. She requested this opportunity to speak to the board, but has been denied, and only offered the option of submitting written comments that would be read aloud by the clerk of the board. The public heard Mr. Barron in his official capacity representing D200, reinforced racism in his own voice. The public deserves to hear equal time from Ms. Alley in her own voice. And she was told that there is not the technology to support this direct public comment. This response lacks credibility given the array of virtual meeting functionalities currently commonly and securely available. If the school board is committed to addressing a racial harm that it is complicit in, there is likely an easy technological solution and sufficient reason to change your protocol to repair this harm. I also understand that she was offered to participate in a peace circle. A woman of color who is harmed by the words and actions of a school board member should not be expected to have to expend further emotional labor on top of all the emotional stress and threats she has already had to bear by participating in a peace circle. I'm a supporter of peace circles, but those most harmed should be the ones to determine what kind of repair is needed. Ms. Ali has requested an opportunity to speak directly to the board in public. A completely fair and appropriate request. Plus, the primary issue here is not about unity between individuals. It's about fairness, inclusion, and equity in our high school and community. When there's racial equity, unity is more possible. Please allow the public to hear Ms. Ali's own voice so that community healing can begin. It's the fair and right thing to do. Thank you. The next one is from Flo Schumacher. Good evening, board members. As a parent of a special education student, I would like to remind the board once again of its commitment to prioritize the needs of the district's most vulnerable students when responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. The Harvard model and the models followed by almost all other districts place a priority in returning special education students to in-person learning earlier and more frequently than students without special needs. The hybrid plan the board approved does not follow this model. Special education students are given no more in-person instructional time than regular education students. That is 1 day in 4. In addition, special education parents were just advised the learning labs, which provided much needed daily in-person attendance to some of our students, will be discontinued once hybrid learning resumes. This means a number of special education students will actually receive less in-person time during hybrid learning than they were receiving last semester. I urge the board to make good on its commitment to looking out for our most vulnerable students. To that end, I urge the board and the special education administrators to return our special education students to school as soon as possible, as soon and as frequently as possible. The next one is from Patty Flannery. Dear Board of Education, thank you for the opportunity to contribute important data from the University of Chicago's The 5 Essential School independent survey results on the high school. This data is used as a leading indicator of school performance now and predictive of the future throughout the state. This administration and communication team have a track record of cherry picking or repositioning data that paints them in an favorable light, while important information from internal and external surveys that address issues are excluded from board presentations and public viewing. In a year that the traditional Illinois scorecard was incomplete due to COVID, the 5 Essentials survey report, which was completed before the shutdown, should have been shared in the state of the district presentation and embraced by the administration, board, parents, teachers, and students as an opportunity for growth and transparency. I have recapped, or I've included a recap below with 2020 versus 2017 with lowest rankings 1 of 100 to highest rankings 100 of 100. As you can see, parent, teacher, students rated OPRF high school leadership 18 out of the 100, and the survey reveals a growing lack of confidence, trust in the administration. Those issues should have been brought to the attention of the board and the community years ago. So she puts down 2020 versus 2017, the 100 highest rankings, instructional leadership at 14, it's a 46% decline. Program coherence at 15 is a 25% decline. Effective leaders, which is 18, is a 14% decline. Teacher pupil trust is 19, that's a 46% increase. Student school-wide future is at 40, it's a 35% decline. Student teacher trust is at 52, a 27% decline. Student academic press is at 57, 16% decline. Ambitious instruction, 58, a 9% decline. School commitment, 47, a 23% decline. Parent teacher trust, 79, an 8% decline. Involved families, 81, 2% increase. The administration and communications team should be held accountable for sharing all data with stakeholders. Additionally, the Imagine One project update does not include budget and cost information. The community should be informed without making a FOIA request on where the finances of this project stand. If possible, please add budgeted actual costs to the presentation as soon as possible, or let me know if it's necessary to make a FOIA request. In closing, there are many teachers I admire and respect at OPRF. Apparently, many of them share the same anger and frustration with the administration and leadership of their school. Moving forward, the 5 essential surveys should be included with the state of the district to the Board of Education and community. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, could you?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yep. From Ross D'Souza. Dear Board of Education, you have shared your passion statement for the tennis program in the past, and so I thought I would update you on the success and challenges of the girls' tennis program this past fall. The power of sports and clubs for our children should never be minimized. My understanding is the varsity team finished the season without a major COVID incident. The Huskies had 16 players, they all stayed healthy, practices were spirited, and they completed the conference schedule in 5th place. The JV teams did almost as well, completing the season with only 1 2-week quarantine. Even with the health restrictions, it was frustrating for the program to have to let go roughly half the players who came to tryouts because of space limitations. The program was not going to have competition for all of them, but it would have been beneficial to offer them a practice schedule and an opportunity to get on the court, exercise, and be with classmates. Traditionally, tennis has been a no or low cut sport. That was not the case this fall. As you recall, many in the community had advocated prior to COVID for allowing more tennis courts to be kept playable as opposed to turning the courts into a construction parking lot and hosting a single trailer. Limited street parking was a major factor cited by the administration for converting the courts. Thus, when we heard that our students would be fully remote the entire semester, the tennis program community was excited to discuss the possibility of allowing a few more courts to come online for the girls' fall tennis season. That never happened. In fact, during the process of inquiring, fences, both literally and figuratively, were put up, which reduced the number of courts by half and resulted in cuts and less student participation. This happened while the entire West Field was wide open. Not a single fall OPRF IHSA sport needed the fields. It was a lost opportunity to have an honest discussion, and it affected many student athletes negatively. You should take this opportunity to reach out to players and ask them how they feel about their facilities and how they feel the school supports the tennis program. Our school community has another chance to make this right for the spring. We now know that only a quarter of the students will be on campus at a time, and half of those will be freshmen and sophomores who don't drive. Thus, parking seems less of a concern. Will you at least consider opening up a few more courts for the spring tennis season to allow more kids to participate in an OPRF team sport in the middle of a pandemic? I look forward to any response and a conversation to try to help kids stay active and connect with the school when the weather breaks. Go Huskies. From Judith Alexander, dear board members, this is a message of appreciation for your decision to take a flat 2020 tax levy despite dire warnings from the administration. As you know, the pandemic has created a financial burden for many in the community. A flat tax will help these taxpayers remain here. Taking a flat levy now also will increase the likelihood of a favorable referendum vote, even if it means you'll have to go to referendum a little sooner. I also suggest that you work to shift the culture at OPRF to one of greater financial responsibility. Ask faculty and staff to suggest ways to save money. Give quarterly awards for the best ideas. Look for someone with a track record of holding down spending without sacrificing academic achievement when choosing our next superintendent. The more the community sees the high school exercising financial discipline, the more it will trust and support the high school. Thank you for the opportunity to make these comments. From Lori Jerry, dear D200 School Board, I would respectfully like to urge the BOE and the administration to identify and focus on the real customer at OPRF. It is not the teachers, it is not the parents, it is not the administrators, it is the students. I cannot help but feel like we do not truly have a student-centric mindset at OPRF. This pandemic has required businesses to rethink and reinvent themselves to meet the needs of their customers and stay afloat. If you own a local restaurant and you don't figure out carry out, you lose your business. If you own a small retail store and don't figure out how to engage your best customers when it's easier for them to buy from Amazon, you lose your livelihood. If your customer says this is a waste of time and it makes no sense during a pandemic advisory, you listen and adjust or they leave. Is it possible to have the same entrepreneurial mindset in our schools? Is it possible to seek the counsel of students and listen to them rather than parents and unions when decisions are made? Is it possible to have the difficult conversations that would improve the education of all students without posturing and worry about political fallout? Example of this include the 8 months it took to get to a hybrid plan that turned out to be far from innovative, The lack of any opportunity for freshmen to meet their teachers in person, the detracking of the curriculum. How do low and high performing students feel about that? The lack of quantitative measurement for online teaching. When I tell friends and family that my junior has not been in the classroom since March, they are astounded. So many schools have figured out how to have some level of in-person engagement. Private schools are incented to figure it out, and they will lose revenue. We are now in the dark and dreary months of winter with cases spiking, and I cannot help but feel we missed our chances this fall. I appreciate the work people are doing, especially the volunteers and the BOE, but hope with the new superintendent we can reorient ourselves to focus on the true customers at OPRF, our students. From David Detmer and Jean Bacon. We have a real love for OPRF high school community and have been saddened by the recent chain of events that have us underperforming our peers in many metrics. We understand COVID has been difficult on all, but also believe our response to COVID has been to wait out the virus until a vaccine becomes available versus looking for creative ways to get our students involved in some way. On top of all of this disappointment, now we are dealing with a threat from our administration of cutbacks in numerous student academic and extracurricular programs. We, the entire OPRF community, need to find more ways to bring our students and staff together. Now more than ever, we need to get going the extra mile to do whatever we can to get our students and staff engaged both during and after the pandemic. We can set a new course with exciting and hopeful leadership in the coming days and months. Please consider all we can do to help our students reach their highest potential. Thank you all for your time and service to your community. From Monica Sheehan. Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to make a public comment tonight. It addresses agenda item 11.01. I strongly support a flat levy. It is just and responsive action as our community continues to deal with the economic consequences of a pandemic. 2 weeks ago, more than 3 hours of public comments were submitted in response to the administration's effort to change the board's decision regarding a flat levy. The vast majority of comments supported the school's aquatic teams and urged D200 to continue to provide pool resources for them. Their comments served as a reminder of the inequity of the Imagine Plan. It calls for a huge pool and a 600-seat natatorium in Project 2, while a standard-sized indoor track for the school's largest and one of its most diverse teams, track and field, isn't addressed until the fifth and final project of the $219 million plan. As a reminder, OPRF removed the team's outdoor track in 2003 to expand the stadium. Ever since, the spring track team has had to hold practices and home meets offsite in less than desirable circumstances. Given that Imagine's Project 1 is already over budget and 39% of its classrooms remain on hold, despite the more than $90 million sitting on the school's cash reserve, it's reasonable to think that the track in Project 5 will never be built. As such, I request that the board undertake a comprehensive review of the Imagine Plan and prioritize its elements accordingly. It's not enough that an element is included in the plan. It matters when and if it will become a reality. While D200 faces a scarcity of land and financial resources, there is a pragmatic solution to the pool, indoor track, and other facility needs. The school can collaborate with the Park District and build a covered competition-sized pool at Ridgeland Commons at a total shared cost of $14 million. Remove the old pool from the building, making space for a standard-sized indoor track expanding the team's cramped field house, and creating new space for other sports, clubs, and the performing arts. The time is long overdue for the school to update its antiquated, self-imposed, and burdensome swimming requirement. There is, in fact, no practical reason to demolish the structurally sound south end of the building as outlined in the Imagine Plan. The time is now for this board to responsibly and equitably address the school's facility needs, balancing them with taxpayers' ability to pay. Thank you. From Marcy Grant. Dear 200 board members, I appreciate your service and commitment to the community. As I hope you can see, racism and bigotry, sorry about that. As I hope you can see, racism and bigotry at OPRF HS will not just dissipate, if you will, it will away or sweep it under the rug. Now you have hate crimes inflicted upon students remote learning, as well as a bigoted board member who refuses to accept responsibility for his ill-conceived actions. Racism and bigotry at the school level, whether the perpetrator is a board member or supposedly behind a screen halfway around the world, must be met face to face. Hate crimes must be approached with absolute clarity and straightforwardness that is transparent to the student body, parents, staff, admin, and the community at large. OPRFHS has failed at taking these measures and still exhibits a desire to minimize and manage incidents. Apparently, one of your deflection tactics is to feign technological incapability and protocol issues as a ploy to deny Dima Ali a mere 3 minutes to defend herself and address the board, the same privilege that was granted to her perpetrator as soon as he could seize the mic. Despite the excellent IT department the high school boasts, if it is still that difficult to ascertain, I myself and several members of the community are willing to instruct the board through the easy steps of inviting a community member to your Zoom meeting via link, placing them in a waiting room, and calling upon them when you are ready. Because this is so simple to do, it would be prudent to allow the resumption of live public comments instead of staff butchering our words when they read our letters aloud. The longer you deflect injustices like Dima's and try to pretend you are technologically incapable of honoring a request that was given to her perpetrator without question weeks ago, the more enraged and distrustful you make the community with your favoritism of the oppressor, your willingness to hold them accountable, and your unwillingness, to hold them accountable, and your sweepingly opaque and indirect tactics to wish this injustice away. Racism and bigotry and injustice at OPRF must be approached with unwavering clarity and straightforwardness. Marginalized students have an incredible amount of knowledge and methodology and best practices for addressing and fighting injustice that the adult staff should take a cue from. I'm hopeful you will switch your prime concern about injustice in and related to OPRF from damage control to serving and healing marginalized students and their community. From Colleen Hillen. Hello, I have 3 questions. I asked a question at December 3rd, 2020 board meeting, and it was directed to the website for answers, specifically the update on freshman curriculum restructuring area. My question is there a freshman class 9th grade that has detracted its curriculum with any level of measured success? The OPRF website has a lot of research, most of it dated before 2013. I could not find data on measured success for schools that have implemented detracking. Well, a better way to put it, I could not find information that is obvious and easy to understand. I'm not an expert on education, so the information is somewhat of a puzzle. There are mentions of a few schools that had rollouts back in the early 2000s, but as I dug deeper, I couldn't find any data that followed this school's success over a period of time. Evanston had a similar program back in 2010, and it spanned over 4 years, but I can't find any recent, Gail, if you're editing, I can't follow when you do that. But I can't find any recent information on continued success. If you have it, please post. So in pursuit of more information, I will ask a more specific question. Please provide a recent school or schools in the state of Illinois who have a detracked freshman curriculum and data to support its continued success. If there are no schools in Illinois that have recently detracked their curriculum, then what schools and data are you using as a benchmark? My second question. In the State of the District document under the logic model of transformative teaching and learning page in the professional practices area, it states that school teams will collaborate to make data-driven decisions to improve student learning. Can you be specific on what this data is? My third question. I want to clarify what was stated in the November 2020 freshman curriculum and instruction update. Is OPRF rewriting the entire freshman science curriculum? What is the process to ensure it will meet NGSS standards, and who signs off on this? Who is the lead author of this new information? How will this process be communicated to parents? I think an easy to understand timeline would be helpful so that parents can follow the progress of this new detracking curriculum. I realize there is a lot going on at OPRF, but I also know that detracking keeps moving forward and specific information as it relates to the process is not available. Thank you. Trying to see if I should pause here for a second and have somebody else step in. I think we're very close. I'm going to keep rolling on.
I can come in.
You want to? Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was on mute.
All good.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes. So from you, Asara, I would say, Asara Syed, dear President Spivey and the school board, dear school board members, I am writing about your fair rejection of Dima Ali's request to make a live public comment at tonight's school board meeting in response to board member Nat Barron's public statement at your last meeting. On December 3rd, board president Spivey introduced Mr. Barron by saying that board member Barron has asked for a moment to speak. I would note that the views of any individual board member do not necessarily reflect the views of the district or the board. President Spivey specifically introduced him as board member, not as private citizen, yet she gave him a public platform to re-express and double down on his private Islamic phobic attacks that he had already expressed in the Wednesday Journal. He did not address his role on the board in re-explaining his belief, using it as another opportunity to take shots at Dima and the progressive members of our community. Since then, Barron claims to have understood his mistake better and has begrudgingly apologized in a private message to Dima, which the Wednesday Journal published. Dima then made a reasonable request, one that is mandated by law, to be allowed to respond and to address the public. Any taxpayer has a right to publicly comment in the school board arena, even during the pandemic. Yet Spivey said to Dima in an email, "We do not have the capability to support live public comment at this time," telling her that the only option was to email a comment to be read aloud. However, the Illinois Attorney General mandate for the pandemic clearly states that the public convenes via electronic means. It should provide multiple alternative means for the public to comment, such as telephone or video conference capabilities, in addition to the submission of emailed or written comments. Not only is the board breaking state mandates, they are stifling a marginalized woman who has been so wronged in her public forum by one of their own board members. What message is the board sending to all the Muslim and other marginalized students at OPRF High School with this refusal to comply to the law, and with what's right and fair? Only providing Dima the option of emailing a letter like the one I've sent is not fair and equitable, as OPR strives to be. Dima's words will not have the inflection or tone intended. Her Muslim immigrant female voice is still stifled and replaced by that of a non-Muslim, non-Iraqi person who will not pause at the parts Dima would have paused at, will not emphasize the words Dima would have emphasized. Heck, the word is Islamophobia might even be mispronounced like it was by the reader during the last board meeting. At this point, the OPRF board has already made the wrong decision twice. I expect better from my community and especially its elected leaders, and I look forward to hearing from President Spivey and the board how they plan to publicly rectify this situation immediately. I also urge the community to remember to vote in April 2021, which is when Matt Barron is up for re-election. This is certainly not the kind of leader who should be making the decisions for our children's future. Ms. Spivey is not up for re-election till 2013, so I hope she takes this opportunity to redeem herself and the reputation of the school board, OPRF, and the community of Oak Park. Sincerely. From Steve Lefko. Thank you to the members of District 200 Board for the opportunity to make a comment. My name is Steve Lefko and I live in River Forest. COVID has created many questions under the umbrella of when. When will construction end? When will students return to in-person learning? My comments are directed at the question of how. How will every student be challenged to grow in a rebuilt OPRF school system? We're increasingly becoming one school district: Oak Park District 97, River Forest District 90, and OPRF District 200. And it's especially evident in the coordinated changes in curriculum and instruction. It was about 3 years ago when the River Forest District 90 board president described a fundamental change in instructional philosophy. The initiative was multifaceted and spurred by a common goal among sister districts 90, 97, 200 of reducing the racial predictability of achievement. The goal included a strategy involving a changing curriculum and instruction for every subject taught in every grade. Implementation was quiet and expedient, and soon the board described being years ahead of our sisters districts. What follows is a performance update for District 90 since the changes and before school shuttered in March 2020 due to COVID. 1. River Forest adopted a less rigorous math curriculum. It's one of the U.S. Department of Education works group affirms should reduce achievement among all students by 9 to 11%. It's already working. Math achievement has fallen even before COVID. The district eliminated differentiated instruction, and now the growth of children on either end of the achievement curve is delayed. The district adopted an unproven reading and literacy program from Lucy Calkins that defies what research says is best, like a foundation in awareness of early readers, phonic awareness of early readers. Students choose their own books now, and achievement in English language arts has Students chose their own books now, and achievement in English language arts has fallen even before COVID. Immediately after implementation, the Illinois 5 Essential Survey showed River Forest teachers blasting the administration, rating instructional leadership in the bottom 8% of all Illinois schools. The trend is teacher voice persists today. In the short time exemplary schools were downgraded to commendable, there is no longer an exemplary school in River Forest. Since the new philosophy, River Forest school ratings on popular home finding sites like Realtor.com, SchoolDigger.com, and GreatSchools.org have declined, creating a community issue and not just a curriculum issue. It's astonishing how quickly a lower academic ceiling has translated to lower student achievement. Lowering academic standards helps no one, and it is an inconsistent step for well-funded schools. Instead, changes should consider directing more attention, more contact time, and more resources to students needing it most. This is where our money should be spent. In April 2019, OPRF Assistant Superintendent Greg Johnson described tracking as rebuilding a school system at OPRFHS. It sounded eerily familiar to the vision cast in River Forest. With this evidence and given close coordination among districts, it's up to the administration to convince the community how changes to curriculum instruction will make OPRF better. District 90 may have won the race to implementation, but I would urge this board to accept the advantages of second place. Take your time, be patient with parents concerned that detracking risks lowering academic standards. Consider alternatives and implement change incrementally.
Well beyond 3 minutes. I
Okay,
don't know how much longer this is.
not much, but I can stop. This is from Renee Rotatori. I want to express my gratitude to the Board of Education for their time, service, and commitment to the community. As evidenced by the 3.5 hours of comments at the last meeting, our community is very vested in providing the best education for our children, as well as rich and diverse extracurricular and social opportunities. The Husky model of those things that are best asks all staff, students, and teachers to strive for high ideals in all pursuits. It pains me that many initiatives underway run counter to this model and serve to undercut the dynamic and vibrant fabric of our community. It was deeply disappointing to hear that our administration's take on budget cuts was exclusively focused on student-centric programming. In a year in which so much has already been taken away from them, this administration needs to do the hard work of finding cost-saving measures that aren't on the backs of students. We justify the high taxes that we pay with expectation of a high-quality education. We must do better. Our school community should not set goals based on meeting minimal state benchmarks. We should aspire to higher goals and provide appropriate supports so our children can succeed. You should look unifyingly ways that helps each child strive for those things that are best. Over the next several months, we have an opportunity to chart a new course with leadership. I think that is imperative that the board listen to the community as they share their vision for those things that are best and the future for OPRFHS High School. Thank you for your time. The next one is from Krista Lamb. Dear board, I am writing to express my concern with the results of the University of Chicago 5 Essential Survey. OPRF falls in the highest category, involved families achieving the quote most designation with a score of 81/100. In the category of effective leaders, OPRF scored in the lowest category entitled least, achieving a score of 18/100. That data making up that category includes instructional leadership, teacher-principal trust, and program coherence, among others. The definition of instructional leadership category is the school leadership team sets high standards for teaching and student learning. The instructional leadership category is shockingly low at 14 over 100. Has the board queried the teachers why they do not believe the school leadership team sets high standards for teaching and student learning? Going forward, as the board endeavors to hire a new superintendent, the board should examine the 5 essential scores of any new superintendent candidate, assuming said candidate comes from Illinois before hiring. Further, the board should fully engage the teachers in choosing the new superintendent. Specifically, teachers to be given the opportunity to vet candidates and query each other on instructional leadership related issues. I remain concerned that the timeline to hire a new superintendent is too short, particularly in light of COVID times and board changeover. While the process needs to begin, and I remain thankful it has begun, there should not be an artificial deadline in hiring. Further to that end, the new board should have the opportunity to have a voice in the decision. Their input and perhaps more importantly, the teacher's input should be the driving force in hiring a new superintendent. Thank you. And we're done.
All right, thank you. Thank you to our readers that I know is tiring. So we are on to introductory reports. Before we go to our student council liaison, Maeve McAndrews, I would like to make one statement from the board. So tonight's the first time that the board has had an opportunity to meet together since the events of the last several weeks have unfolded. Both, concerning Mr. Barron's comments and the ensuing continued struggles. So we are in the process of working on a statement from the board. We're not ready to give that tonight because we want time to craft it and be intentional and careful in our wording. So our plan is to have a special board meeting, which will be on December 22nd at 5:30 p.m. To address the issues that came up tonight and many public comments. And with that, Maeve, do you want to begin?
Hi, everybody. I'm Maeve McAndrews, and I'm the Student Council Board Representative. I'm excited to be here tonight and tell all of you what Student Council has been working on. This week, students have been participating in our Winter Spirit Week. Student Council wanted to create a fun Spirit Week for students and staff to participate in before finals. We hope this week has helped everyone relax and show some school spirit before the first semester ends. This Monday was Pajama Day, Tuesday was Winter Gear Day, Wednesday was Whiteout Day, today was Ugly Sweater Day, and tomorrow is Fancy Clothes Day. Although we have not seen as much participation this week as we did during our Home Cozy Spirit Week, we still have seen a bunch of students and staff send in pictures each day showing off their school spirit. Additionally, Student Council is in the process of planning some fun activities for the second semester that will get students involved. We would like to host a virtual cooking night where we would have a chef teach students how to make a meal or pastry over a live Zoom call. We are currently looking for possible chefs that are willing to participate and hope that students are interested in this idea. Also, Student Council is still working on our virtual trivia night for second semester, and we really hope that people will want to participate in that too. Recently, we've noticed that some students are still a little confused about how hybrid learning will work exactly. So we would really appreciate just like a little extra explanation of what the second semester will look like, just to help students understand what school will look like when we return from winter break. Just, help them as much as we can. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Student Council.
Thank you, Maven. That's a really excellent point about doing additional education so that we can alleviate some anxiety, if possible, before they come back into what will be a very different school. And thank you for your work with Spirit Week. I think that it's never been more needed. So that was really nice to hear.
And if you need people to be the tasters of that great chef work, I'm sure you'll find volunteers.
Okay, you ready for me to call on the next thing? Okay.
Sure.
Ms. Camerton, could you give us the FOIA request, please?
Yes, we have 3 FOIA requests and they were resolved.
Thank you. So for my superintendent announcements tonight, I want to begin tonight by congratulating the Husky Booster Club on celebrating its 50th anniversary this year. Unlike a lot of booster clubs which support just athletics, our Husky boosters support all the 4 A's at OPRF: academics, arts, activities, and athletics. The club is celebrating this milestone with a donation of $40,000 to Project One. The funds will be used to create a new wall of excellence in the Student Center, as well as a video wall in the Welcome Center. Thank you to the boosters for your tremendous support of OPRF High School, and congratulations on your golden anniversary. Also, I want to remind everyone that tomorrow night is the Winter of Prisms concert. It is free this year. You can go on our webpage and register to attend, and it starts at 7 p.m. I also need to make an announcement about the equity audit. Based upon hearing the board's clear response to the proposed equity audit on December 3rd, 2020, it has been decided to pull the equity audit action item from the regular board agenda packet for tonight. This equity audit was recommended with the purpose of evaluating the systemic impact of current policies, programs, practices, and equity initiatives in D200. It objectively evaluating our learning system during the pandemic, we certainly would have current relevant data to inform future decisions on how to best align our systems and increase the impact of our leading for our equity efforts. The driving force behind the proposed audit process was to be data informed in the selection of a long-term equity partner for D200 by the end of the 2020-2021 school year. Having the appropriate long-term equity partner is critical to systematizing district efforts as they pertain to equity leadership development, student voice, culture responsiveness, and professional development. The District Equity Leadership Team, or DELT, conducted a process of inquiry around the need to do an equity audit, acknowledging who we are as an institution in our equity journey was important to discuss. The DELT understood the need to choose an audit firm that would meet to D200 where we are relative to the current state of our racial equity journey. Although an RFP was not required, we felt it was necessary to take a systemic approach to identifying an audit firm to best fit our needs as an organization. Going forward, we will continue the racial equity work. The plan is for the administration to evaluate our current systems for efficacy and make the necessary adjustments relative to our equity needs. Use of racial equity policy 7:12, specifically the equity analysis tool, will continue to play a critical role in this evaluation process. Additionally, the use of past and current data collection will aid in the realignment of our overall educational system design that will drive the advancement of racial equity in D200. That concludes the superintendent's announcement.
Thank you. So next we have up approval of the following consent items, which is 9.01. So I move to approve the following consent items. The first being 9.01, personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfer and retirements. 9.02, confirmation of culture, climate, and behavior committee member. 9.03, Board of Education meeting dates for 2021 calendar year. 9.04, open and closed minutes of November 9th, 18th, 19th, and December 4th, 2020, and a declaration that the closed session audio tapes of March 2019 shall be destroyed. 9.05, presentation of monthly financials report. presentation of monthly treasurers, or excuse me, 9.06, presentation of monthly treasurers report. 9.07, approval of the check disbursements and financial resolutions. 9.08, approval of purchase of the Telecom Innovations Group remote phone solution. 9.09, approval of purchase of technology for hybrid classrooms. 9.10, FF and E contract. Is there a second?
Sarah, if we want something pulled,
Yeah, or yes, or is there anything anyone wants pulled?
okay. 9.01, because we haven't completed our in closed session review, so. Please.
Thank you. Any other items? All right, so I amend my prior motion to include all of the previously mentioned items except for 9.01, which is the personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfers, and retirement, because we will need to go back into closed session and then come back out later to vote on that. So that is just being postponed until later in the meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, and that was a second to the amendment of the motion. So Gail, can we just do a roll call at this point?
We should really have that approved the amendment. Now we should go back and approve the motion.
Okay, so so is there a motion to approve the following consent items? 9.02, 9.03, 9.04, 9.05, 9.06, 9.07, 9.08, 9.09, and 9.10.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Was that Mr. Kowski? That seconded it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Gail, could you please call the roll?
Yes. Mr. Martiri?
Yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kowski?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Mr. Barron? Mr. Barron? Mr. Isley?
Yes.
Ms. Dixon Spivey?
Yes.
And Mr. Barron? Okay. I'm seeing you. I didn't hear you. Okay.
All right. And now we have discussion items.
Yes, the first item, item 10.01, is the State of the District address. I'm waiting for it to come up on the screen. Thank you. Tonight, as we have done in the past 2 years, we come forward with a comprehensive State of the District report that will address, would you go to the next screen, please? That shows that everything we do is centered around the students that we serve, meeting them where they are and moving them forward regardless of their race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status. Our mission on the next slide is that Oak Park River Forest High School will provide a dynamic, supportive learning environment that cultivates knowledge, skills, and character, and strives for equity and excellence for all of our students. Next slide. So tonight, we will cover our accomplishments. We will go to our data dashboards. We will have a specific pullout focus on transformative ed. A part of this presentation will include the Illinois State Report Card, the 5 essentials, the 2019 strategic plan accomplishments, the 2019 strategic plan focus areas, the educational transformative ed, the learning loss, as well as identifying the superintendent goals and recommendations as we move forward. The next slide, please. As you can see, here are some of our top accomplishments that took place this year by OPRF students and staff for the last school year. Recognitions and awards range from local all the way to national. What's more, these achievements span a variety of areas, including leadership, environmentalism, social emotional learning, science, the arts, and athletics. What these accomplishments show us is that we are a public school that truly does provide a comprehensive, well-rounded education for our students. Next slide. So this year, can you make that a little bit bigger, Greg? Is that possible?
Actually, I can't. It's in presentation mode as it is right there.
Oh, okay. As you know, last year we launched several dashboards that are posted on our website. These dashboards provide a wealth of information and data to the current state of the district. The first dashboard to your left is the Illinois State Report Card. You can go on there and see the current Illinois State Report Card, and those which the state issues in the fall of each year. By clicking on the Illinois State Report Card dashboard, you will have access to our 2019-2020 data. The center one is our strategic dashboard, which also has a replication of that data, the 5 Essentials report, as well as our focus on a strategic plan. And then the last dashboard to the right is our interactive dashboard that we will speak a little bit more to later. Would you go to the next slide, please? So as you know, when COVID hit in 2019 is all a blur now. We initially, when we did our report for the 2018-2019 school year, we shared with the board that we as a district were at a commendable level designation with the state. I want to highlight this as long with the successes of our annual Illinois State Report Card. As I said, in 2018, the state began giving each school an overall rating based upon 8 different measures that we will cover in just a moment. This rating is called the school summative designation. The designation is a measure of progress in academic performance and in student success. This slide shows the 4 designations that are given by the state. Because of COVID-19, the state did not change any district's summative designations from what it was the previous year. And so for the 2019-2020 school year last year, we maintained our summative designation of being commendable. Next slide, please. No, go back. I'm sorry, Greg, please.
No problem.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second.
For the 2018-2019 school year, the index score that the district had was 81.21. To be an exemplary school district, we needed to earn 85.45 points. And so our goal is to score that a little bit more, less than 4 points away from earning this prestigious designation. As you will see in the coming slides, we'll show where we need to focus on some of our chronic racially predictable disparities. And this is exactly what we will focus on our strategic plan. The next slide. As a school, our summative designation is based upon 10 indicators listed here. The pie chart shows the weight of each indicator when calculating the overall designation. So as you can see, 75% of our designation comes from the academic indicators. English is 7.5%. Math proficiency is 7.5% of the indicators. Science, 5%. Graduation rate is 50% of the weight for academic indicators. And the English learner progress proficiency is 5%. The other 25% for the designation comes from the school quality or student success indicators. Chronic absenteeism is worth 10%. Climate survey, which is the 5 essentials, is worth 6.67%. Ninth graders on track to graduate, 8.33%. We are still waiting for ISB to add in the college and career readiness, which we hear is coming, and the fine arts. I do want to continue to talk about our Illinois State Report Card. Due to the COVID pandemic, it led to the cancellation of the spring testing. So there's no data for several indicators, as you will see here. And that's on the chart when you look at the data dashboard. While the summative designation was not updated, the report card does have new data. So I'm going to share with that data with you. Our graduation rate has gone up 4%. It is now 95%. Our chronic absentee, while we went in the wrong direction, it is now 19%, which means we went up 4% in our chronic absenteeism. We are still looking at the data to see if this is directly correlated to COVID. The 5 Essentials Climate Survey, our designation stayed the same as it was for last year. I'm sorry, Greg, could you flip the slide? I'm just talking. Thank you.
My bad.
Which is our moderately organized for improvement. And later on, I'm going to give you some more information on the 5 Essential Survey. Our 9th graders on track went up 1%. So we are now at 91.8%. While again, I said there was no assessment data given for last year, so we don't have that. But I do want to break down our graduation rate. For the 2019 graduating class, 85% of our Black students graduated on the 4-year cohort. For the 2020 school year, 89% of our Black students graduated in their 4-year cohort. So that went up 4%. From the 2018-19 school year, our 86% of our Hispanic students graduated within 4 years. For the 2019-2020 school year, 91% of our Hispanic students graduated with their 4-year cohort. So we went up 5% there. In the 2018-2019 school year, 96% of our Asian students graduated in the 4-year cohort. We went down 1% with 95% of our Asian students graduating with their 5-year cohort. 92% of our students who identified as 2 or more races in 2018-2019 school year graduated with their 4-year cohort. In the 2019-2020 school year, 97% of our students who identified 2 or more races graduated with their 4-year cohort. So they went up by 5%. Also, in our early college, which is a new indicator, early college course, dual credit, we went from 29% of our students taking dual credit early college courses to 36.7% of our students taking early college dual credit courses. Our post-secondary data, which we did report to you last year from the College Board, we do not have at this point in time. It has not been shared with us. Again, you can go into our data dashboard and see the data that I have presented to you tonight from the Illinois State Report Card. Greg, do you want to go to the next slide, please?
Oh, whoops, excuse me.
So I want to talk now about the 5 Essentials. The 5 Essential School Report for the state of Illinois was derived 20 years ago in research for improving schools. The raw data from these reports are based upon a comprehensive core of more than 80 student and 150 student teacher questions compiled into 22 measures for school climate practice and formed into 5 Essentials. And so what the data tells us is, following natural experiments, they found that the survey measures reliably predict school success on a variety of outcomes in both high school and elementary students, including ITBS improvement, ISAT value added, explore to ACT gains, explore to plan gains, plan to ACT gains, attendance rates, college enrollment, high school graduation, freshman grades, student mobility, and grades in college preparatory classes. And so as you can see, for Oak Park, we have 4 years of data as it relates. And as we said, once again, we are identified as moderately organized for improvement. And so under involved families, even our family rate went from 2017 being at 79% to 2020 being 80%. For ambitious instruction, we went down from 2017 at 60% to 2019 at 58%, and we stayed flat at 58%. From our supportive environment, we went from 2017 at 63% down to 50% in 2019 and down another percent for 2020. And our collaborative teachers, we went from 45% meets what's called average. We went from 45% down to 39% in 2019. And then up in 2020, we went back up to 42%. For effective leaders, we went from 2017 to 21%, thinking that we were effective, down to 2019, down to 17%, and then up 1% for 2020. So what does that tell us? That tells us that we need to see our parents more as our partners, that we need to look at our resources on how we are supporting student education, that we need to really look at our environment to ensure that our students feel safe. We need to provide our teachers with high quality, our students with high quality teachers. And we need to make sure that our staff is satisfied with their work. We also need to focus on developing essential 21st century skills, socially emotional learning through increased teacher training and emphasis on classroom instruction. We need to enhance the supports and improve visibility to support highlighted student subgroups. For our highlighted student subgroups, we need to focus on training for both staff and students related to the appropriate rules and enforcements of behavior. We need to ensure that our teaching staff is well trained for effective student engagement. We need to develop protocols to build leadership capacity that is engaging and working with our teachers. And we also need to evaluate our current professional development offerings to improve the work that needs to take place as we move forward. The other, where we did the greatest loss was in implementation across all 5 areas of the 5 Essential Climate Survey. Next slide, please. We need to go to the slide for the strategic plan. Thank you.
Yep.
And this is all a part of navigating our dashboard. This is the home page for the strategic plan. And when you look at it, the second tab is the indicators. On this tab, you see a snapshot of our district that is similar to that on the district, the Illinois State Report Card. If you look at the graduation rate, it's there. Our student mobility rate is now at 6%. Our school finance, we spend $24,000 per student. Our evidence-based funding shows us at 117%. And our chronic absenteeism, as I indicated earlier, is 19%. And our teacher retention is at 92%. If you go down to student environment, when you're navigating our dashboard, if you also, you don't have to do it now, Greg, because we just went through it. If you click on the climate survey, it will take you directly to the 5 Essentials report. It shows our total school days. It shows all the information about our school system that you will find on the Illinois State Report Card. Greg, you want to scroll down so they can see the entire screen? And that's our student achievement data. And as I said earlier, we didn't have any assessments. Thank you. If you go to the strategies now, if you click on the strategies tab, that takes you to the strategic plan. So what I'm going to cover first is those things that we've accomplished in the strategic plan for the 1920 school year. Goal number 1 is our goal for equity. Under equity, we have 4 strategies. Would you click on those, please? Those 4 strategies were the development of the framework for the racial equity policy. That was done 100%. I do want to say that the numbers at the top, the 70%, the total numbers at each indicator are approximate numbers. The system does not average out the numbers, but this is where we believe we are with the context of accomplishing each of those goals. The second strategy that we worked on under the racial equity policy was the development and publishment of the implementation of Board Policy 7:12, and that was the racial equity metrics. Those metrics are not completed, but are in the process, and so they're 90% complete. Also, we wanted to prioritize the order of the policy sections and resources to consider. This is so small, I'm sorry if I'm squinting. So we have 90% there for prioritizing those, and then 20% complete, thank you, 20% complete on the assessment for school culture and environment. And that goes back to the surveys, the climate and culture surveys that we're going to do. So overall, for racial equity for the 2019-2020 school year, we are 70% complete with the 4 strategies that were being addressed. Now, while we're going to show you some items for focus for the 2020-21 school year, please note that that does not mean that we will stop the work that we still have to continue to do from the 2019-2020 school year. Our second one is priority 2, transformative ed, where overall we are 60% complete, and we had 7 strategies there. The first one was to implement a comprehensive database system that will monitor and support our students academically. We will share that with you. You're going to see some dialogue about that tonight. And it really talks about our social and emotional impact. When you look at transformative ed, it is comprised of 3 different sections: holistic community education, transformative teaching and learning, and supportive learning environment. The second one, which was 75% complete, is on creating an individualized post-high school plans for students. Greg is going to talk a little bit about that when he talks about the portrait of a graduate. We also are 50% complete, decreasing the disparities between overall school demographics, and that students receiving at least 1 discipline referral and students receiving 5 or more tardies. These are some of the things that are also addressed in the behavior education plan that was presented to the board earlier this year. So for some of these are the baseline data. I also want to say, for those of you who are listening, that the strategic plan is not a 1-year plan. It is a 5-year plan. Every year we pick a focus that we're working on. What I'm reporting on now are those things that were accomplished last year. And then after that, I will share with you those things that we are focused on this year. So also under transformative ed, we're working to increase the percentage of students that feel that they are welcome in our building across all demographic groups. And this is a goal that comes from our CCB, Culture, Climate, and Behavior Committee. Also increase overall participation in extracurricular activities while ensuring that the representation of that reflective of our student demographics is looked at. This too is a goal from CCB, our Culture, Climate, and Behavior Committee. Also, we worked on decreasing the opportunity, and that report was made to the board earlier this fall. So the second one was to decrease the opportunity gap for our Black, African American, and Hispanic students as measured by the percentage of students who earn honors during freshman year. You're going to hear more about that when Mr. Johnson speaks. And then the last one under transformative ed was to decrease the opportunity gaps for our Black and African American and Hispanic students as measured by the percentage of students who earn honors throughout their high school experience. This is a 5-year goal. You will learn today where we are with that and how we're moving forward. Would you go to transformative leadership? Transformative leadership for the 2019-2020 school year focused on 3 strategies. They were improving quality and accountability of employee evaluations by implementing an electronic evaluation system. We implemented that electronic evaluation system last year. The reason it's 90% complete is because once COVID hit, ISB changed the way that we would evaluate people for that ensuing year. And so this year, we believe we will have that completed. Also, we wanted to complete the representation of our minority teachers. Every board meeting, when we do a personnel report, there is a portion of that report that speaks to the demographics of our hires. Right now, we are 55% within reach of that goal. The other one was to increase the overall representation of our minority employees. We are 65% there. So the overall goal for transformative leadership, which is priority 3, is to hold our leaders to a high expectation of responsibility for policies and practices, and to create opportunities to support effective teaching, learning, and leadership. Priority 4 is our last priority, and we're 100% there. That's the operations, facilities, and finance. Greg, could you click on that one? Thank you. There were 3 strategies that we're focused on, all which are 100% complete. The first one was to update the 5-year financial projection and annual updates given to the board each December. The second one was to complete the design for Imagine Project 1, Facilities Project 1. Tonight, you're going to get an update on that. And then in January, we will bring forth the costs for those items. Also, we will present to the board a preliminary balanced budget for fiscal year 2021. So we've accomplished those goals 100%. So let's see what our focus is for this year. For 2021 school year, you do see where we've started some work. So for the racial equity policy, we have identified 3 strategies for this year to substantially implement our racial equity procedures for policy 7:12 by July of 2021. Substantially, because we want to say that there are 12 different sections to the racial equity procedures, and our goal is to have all of them fully implemented and up and running to the best of our ability by July of 2021. The second one is to identify a long-term equity partnership that strategically guides D200 towards systemic racial equity transformation by May of 2021. And then to develop a framework aligned with the Illinois state funding model that allocates funds based upon student need. The next one, transformative ed. Transformative ed has grown from 7 because we wanted to specifically identify this year some sections for our special education diverse learners. And so the first one is to put in place systemic pieces to become a data-driven organization. We're trying to demonstrate some of that tonight, or maybe not so eloquently, by utilizing our different dashboards. By the fall of 2021, integrate our post-secondary career clusters and pathways into student decision-making throughout our high school. You're going to hear some more about that too later when Mr. Johnson does his presentation. By the end of the 2021 school year, create and submit an online proposal for the Special Education Department strategic planning process to begin in the fall of 2021. We also want to develop a 2-year outline for job-embedded coaching and professional development training specific to the respective roles of special education division staff who teach and support the needs of our diverse learners. We want to implement systemic pieces to become a trauma-informed school. We've started that process by identifying an individual who will begin to do that work. We also want to, by the fall of 2021, fully design a multi-tier system of support for social, emotional, and behavioral needs, MTSS and SEB. You'll hear a little bit about that later. By fall of 2021, complete curriculum plans to D-track freshman English, history, science, and world languages. Throughout this school year and then into the next school year, we're going to implement a comprehensive and differentiated professional development to support the needs of our teachers and the learning of all of our students. And then last but not least, by the fall of 2021, conduct a review assessment and GPA practices at OPRF to include best practices in equitable grading, evaluation of our academic performance, in-text API calculation process. Would you go to priority 3, please? For priority 3, we have the 3 strategies that we will continue to work on, and that is increasing our new teachers of color, increase the overall percentage of our diverse new hires, and increase employee engagement and job satisfaction with specific emphasis on our employees of color. And then the last focus area for operations, facilities, and finance, We will refine the 2022 budget process, identify benchmarks for district expenditures that align or either do not align to the evidence-based funding model. And that is one of the goals that the board has established for the superintendent to be identified by January 31st for a presentation in the February board meeting. The second one is to determine a resource. Excuse me. The third one is to determine a resource based on the evidence-based funding model that will benchmark and provide direction to determine strategic outcomes that will assist us in building our balanced budget. This is to be determined by, I believe, March for implementation by June. And it too is tied to the superintendent's goals. The next one is to evaluate our current public-facing finance dashboard. We want to find a way to include our finance dashboard into our current data dashboard. And then by August of 2021, complete the summer construction as part of the long-term facilities plan. Complete by August 21, Project 1 South Cafeteria and the SRC to 70%. That meaning that the only thing that would need to be done would be the punch list. And then by December 2021, substantially complete the South Cafeteria and the SRC and hopefully have a ribbon cutting. That's our focus for this year. And at the conclusion of the presentation, members of the Executive Cabinet will answer any questions that you have pertinent to their part of the presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to Greg, who will go into detail more deeply into the long-term focus on the transformational education piece, which is also tied to the first superintendent goal from the board, and that is the long-term outcomes to achieve exemplary status on the Illinois State Report Card. Greg?
Thanks, Dr. Pruitt-Adams. In the interest of trying to move through this as efficiently as we can while still getting the important information out, I'm going to go as quickly as I can. So if I go too quick and there are questions you want to ask, please feel free to slow me down. As a quick reminder before I dive into this, the transformative education part of the strategic plan is actually broke up into 3 subcategories. And so what we're focusing on right here is specifically the teaching and learning strand. In previous board presentations, we've talked about these 5 goals that you see on the screen as the ones that we care about most for our long-term outcomes. So these metrics here, they aren't new, and they provide a nice transition from what we previously heard. If we're going to realize a level of success that by all means we should expect at OPRF, these are the areas that will mark our improvement. Gains in these 5 areas are needed, of course, like Dr. Pruitt-Adams just said, to realize exemplary status. Please keep in mind that these areas here, they aren't criterion referenced in the state designations. We aren't trying to hit some externally imposed benchmark with these marks. Instead, we're looking to gain in a comparative metric to other districts in the state. But regardless, we are looking to see steady gains in all of these areas year in and year out. And so the question is, what does gaining in these metrics look like for OPRF? Before I go into the specific way we've configured the transformative ed logic model, I want to draw attention to 2 board goals that the board set for Dr. Pruitt-Adams. The first bullet is it references a need to identify and see improvements in those progress metrics that will improve our status on the report card. The second goal that you see on this page here highlights the importance of race and ethnicity in doing exactly that. Both are important ethically, of course, but relative to the state report card, they complement one another. By doing one, we almost certainly make gains towards the other. So how are we planning to meet these goals? In previous conversations with the board, we've discussed the need for 2 things, both intricately related. Number 1, a logic model that illustrates how we aim to bring about our goals within the organization. And 2, the metrics that chart how we're getting there, what our progress is along the way. In a previous board presentation related to the trauma-informed specialist position, you saw a bit of a preview of what that logic model looks like and how metrics are integrated into it, something that we've used to reconfigure elements of our strategic plan. So in the next few slides, we'll take a deeper dive into the transformative teaching and learning part of that plan that helped to illustrate this shift. So here is the first half of what that strategic plan logic model looks like, okay? In order to illustrate how to read these next 2 slides, I'm going to be clicking back and forth a little bit. So for now, if you could just pay attention to the headings in gray and just the color coding in general on this slide, paying attention to the flow from left to right. So first, you see our school improvement strategies listed on the far left, and the blue, they're listed in the blue column that lists them out. In green, you see how we are in the process of realizing those strategies, both in terms of professional practices and the products of those practices in the school. So in other words, the things we are engaging in, and then what we'll produce throughout that engagement. Again, this is all focused on adult behaviors on the organization, what we're doing as adults, as educators in the building to produce these changes. I'm going to click over the next slide briefly here to illustrate that. On this slide, you can see us making the transition from the adult behaviors in the organization to our students. The first column illustrates those experiences that we want our students to have. And on the right side, you see metrics that we've set to help measure our progress with student experiences in the school. These metrics that you see here are designed to help produce those long-term outcomes that you saw 3 slides ago, okay? So I'm gonna go back to the previous slide for a second and dive in briefly to just some of the highlights on here. So there's no need to go through this in great detail, but I do want to point, point by point, but I do want to point out 3 things relative to strategies and how we've set this up. Number 1, our curriculum work remains a focus, as you all know. Number 2, developing and implementing quality professional development also remains a focus. We are in the midst of that, and that will continue to be an ongoing focus for us for the foreseeable future, of course. We are able now to also begin a focus on assessment and GPA practices at OPRF. This last area that you see in the bottom left corner there, number 3, was named in previous versions of our strategic plan, but we have now gotten the point that we are able to move on it. And as the capacity outputs illustrate on the far right column, we will be bringing an analysis of our academic performance index to the board early next semester. We have also begun to educate ourselves on equitable grading practices, something that we have a committee working on right now, led by Dr. Fiorenza. And it is really just in the discovery phase at this point. So down the road, we look to give an update to the board on that as well. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive into the information on this slide as well. I want to draw your attention to the content on this slide in just 2 quick ways. Well, maybe not too quick, but in 2 ways. As you may recall, we did a thought exchange with the community first regarding a profile of a graduate. And from that exchange, we saw 4 main themes developed. You see those referenced in the second area in the top left quarter here of the presentation. For several reasons, this past semester was not the best time to get a wide slice of our community together to discuss a variety of ways to develop a full profile of a graduate. But we do have some very quality raw material and some strong themes from that thought exchange. There are 4 topic areas that are noted here: critical thinking, problem solving, effective communication, and culture of consciousness that were developed throughout that process. A few points I want to make about these metrics too, in the right-hand column. First, you'll see that they generally do 2 things. Some are directly linked to the summative designation metrics that you saw a few slides ago, the graduation rates and the other things that are on there. Others are linked to them through kind of process steps along the way, i.e., you see references to growth targets and enrollment in honors classes along the way. Those aren't specifically related in the summative designation, but they are of course linked to those outcomes. Also, you'll see that parallel to the board goals that you saw a few slides ago, they're categorized into 2 different ways. First, addressing the needs of all students, again, targets that we believe will place us in the top 10% of the state. And number 2, raising the success rates of our Black and Brown students. I want to make one final point here. You do not see us here, unlike we have done in the past in some ways, referencing closing the achievement gap as a metric. That's for a few different reasons. First, when our team was first considering this work, we quickly came to realize that defining student outcome goals by gaps is reductive, and it feeds a deficit mindset. Instead, what you see are targets for growth. Also, secondly, a gap itself might help to describe a data set, and it does so fairly well. But because gaps can be closed in a few different ways, one of which is by lowering achievement for some students, the goal could lead to misinterpretations that we don't have high expectations for all of our students. And of course, we do want to see growth across the board for all of our students. Another reason we've arranged the metrics as we have here, okay? As far as the logic model and the metrics that we set up, that is the last slide on that information. But before we conclude everything we want to share today, we do realize that this is a very bizarre and trying year for all of us. And we need to share a little bit more information to fully give you an idea of what the state of the district is. And so we want to answer the question to some extent about the state to which, the ways in which COVID, has affected our school environment. And so I want to draw your attention to kind of the purpose for what we're going to share here other than that. We want to convey what's going on from a learning perspective and from a systems perspective in the school. This remains a very complicated situation, and that there is no way that what we're going to share here accounts for all the possible variables for each student's experience at OPRF throughout last spring and into this fall. But this is information, also helps us to understand where we sit in what has become a very widespread national conversation. Likely you've all seen the articles out there about the effects of the pandemic on student achievement. They've been varied, but the bulk focus on learning loss and F rates increasing, particularly in secondary schools. As an administration team, we've been looking to understand the extent to which this trend exists at OPRF. And so we've taken a look at the data that you see here. We've analyzed a consistent standardized data point, our STAR reading and math assessment data. And you've see listed out in the 3 sub-bullets there how we've broken that out and begun to understand that. And I'll talk a little bit more of that in the next few slides. But we've also taken a look at our grade analysis, of course, and those rates that suggest that our students are in a problematic area, specifically D's and F's. So let's jump right to it. The next slide here takes a look at our benchmark data, a benchmark comparison for freshman students only. All right, we asked ourselves this question: how different were our kids' skills at the start of this year from freshmen in previous school years? So we analyzed what our incoming freshmen looked like last year and compared them to this year. We want to be clear that over 90% of our freshmen took this test in both years. So we have a large participation rate. When comparing current freshman reading proficiency band distribution to that of last year's freshmen, there is no significant difference noted overall. One could state that there is a slight increase of students performing at the advanced and proficient level and decrease in students performing in the strategic and intensive levels when you are taking a look at the reading proficiency in the top left corner. But that's a marginal shift, and in order to draw any widespread conclusions from that, we'd have to see the data spread out over time or break it down to analyzing an individual cohort. Now you take a look at our math scores in the bottom right, and when comparing current freshman math proficiency band distribution to that of last year's freshman, there does appear to be a slight increase in advanced and proficient levels and a slight decline in the strategic and intensive strategic levels, similar to what we saw in reading. But again, in order to draw any conclusions of that, we'd have to see it over time and drill down to see what's really going on with an individual cohort over time. The overall takeaway, kids' skills were pretty consistent with what we've seen in past years. Okay, one measure of learning loss, but it does point us in one direction. So let's take a look now, instead of taking a look at 2 different classes of students let's take a look at how one class performed that has been within our organization the whole time. What about our own students, in other words? Kids who didn't come here from somewhere else, but were with us and took the same test last year. This is an analysis of how students did on the STAR test, on the STAR reading assessment last winter, comparison to their performance as sophomores this past fall. So freshmen from last winter, sophomores this fall, how do we see them doing? First, all freshmen in the winter were administered the STAR reading, and subsequently sophomores in fall 20, of course, were given this test. And this is a true cohort. So we have removed from the data set those students who only took one test or the other. And so we had 699 students have scores recorded for both test windows, and 646% were counted as valid scores, meaning that you did not see for those 646, some sort of dramatic swing in the data that would suggest there's something going on besides measuring learning. It's really important with this data to identify your outliers in the data, suggesting that there's something completely different in how they approach that assessment that tells us about something perhaps very important, but not about their level of learning in the specific content area that's being assessed. And so again, 92% of our students, though, fell into that category of being valid for this data. The grade level cohort data was examined and disaggregated subgroups, as you see referenced here, by race, IEP status, and LEP status. Due to the low number of students with an LEP designation, this group level could not be analyzed. But 3 quick conclusions from this. Number 1, no groups fell into the decline category. This is important. This data is broken down into 4 different ranges of growth. And it's color coded, as you can see in the bottom, by kind of the type of gain that we see, or it would be red if we saw decline. You see that all of the groups identified here fall within the bandwidth, suggest, in the maintained bandwidth. Also true that no groups made impressive gains in skill level from the previous year that would put them into a gain bandwidth. Overall, the conclusion is that rates of proficiency remained consistent during the COVID-19 learning disruption when you compare last winter's data to this fall's data with the exact same kids. But I want to be clear about this. Again, this does not conclude that no students suffered learning loss. It tells us that overall academic proficiencies remain stable from last winter to this fall. But that's not all the data we need to understand to figure out what's going on in this fall semester for our students. So this far, in other words, we don't see huge shifts in student learning, but what about student achievement? What does grade data tell us? So first, what you're going to see in the next few slides is specific to Q1 data. It's important that we look at Q1 data because prior to the end of a semester, when grades become final, except for a few students who need to make things up for various specific reasons outside of that semester, Q1 is really our most valid data set. Right? It's when a quarter has ended and great effort has been made to make that a very clear data point that isn't going to shift after that point. So as a school, we examined our grade rate distributions, and we have broken this down internally by division, by course, within course, and at the teacher level, of course. We analyzed the data by controlling for several factors such as gender, race, ethnicity, free reduced lunch status, and special education status, and ELL. And so here was what you see from the first quarter. What you see are that 76% of our grades from the Q1 mark were A's or B's. I want to be clear too what's being counted on this. This doesn't mean that 76% of our students have A's and B's. It means something slightly different. It means that 76% of the grades that were earned this past quarter were A's or B's. And 12% were D's and F's as designated by the orange and red colors on the bottom here. Okay, so 12% of our students, I see I just made a mistake. 12% of the grades from this past quarter were D's or F's. So let's drill down into that a little bit more thoroughly. This compares our D and F rate over the past 3 years. And what you see is, at least the suggestion that our D and F rate is a fairly stable figure when you compare 18-19 to the 19-20 school year, of course, pre-pandemic, as far as Q1 grades are concerned. But when you go into 2021 over here on the right-hand side, that's where you begin to see our increase. I want to note before we go a little bit further with this that our student population at OPRF has not gone under some sort of dramatic swing up or down, right? We're always right around 34, or we have been right around 3,400 students over the past 3 years. So overall student population has not affected the numbers you see here. What we see represented here is about 900, we see an increase of over 900 grades of DRF for this past school year. When we've broken this down internally and take a look at Fs, we see that Fs alone have almost doubled at OPRF over the past for Q1. So let's break this down a little bit more thoroughly. When you look at the students who are getting Fs specifically, the overall percentage of the student body went from 13 to 14% from 18-19 in the first 2 years to 19 in Q1. You see that in the first row across here. That is a 5% increase from last year to this year. When we control for race, we see that a larger portion of Black students have historically gotten Fs. And this year, although percentages went up across the board, the biggest jump was experienced by Black students, plus 10%, as you see in the third row. Most groups have about a 4 to 6% jump in Fs over this past school year. Our Black students have an increase, like I said, of 10. When we have examined this data further by including free and reduced lunch status and students with IEPs, this data becomes increasingly disproportionate. This tells us what we already know in some ways. The pandemic has had a greater negative impact on people of color, specifically Black and brown people, and people who are struggling financially. So what are we doing with this data as a school? First, we want to be back working with our students. We need to be back working with our students in person. But for the present moment, there is no magic pill that we can pass out to fix this problem. But we are pressing our school from a systemic and individual level to shift these outcomes before this semester runs out. We have analyzed and shared this data at the department level for trends and engaged in individual and team conversations. We are encouraging and modeling empathy, curricular flexibility, including with assessments, how they're graded and how they're managed in the classes, both in what is being given and how we are grading them, like I just said, excuse me. TCTs, our teacher collaboration teams, have focused on discussing how to reach out to struggling students and support them on specific topics. But perhaps more importantly, or at least as importantly, believing, of course, that a lack of engagement is the most important reason that we see this data existing as it is. At the PSS team level, we have weekly monitoring of this data, including attendance, and our full MTSS support system is in place to help us understand what's going on consistently and respond to it with our full system. We can talk more about that if we have questions about what that MTSS support system looks like. Additionally, we have increased outreach to families via phone calls home, conducting more home visits than we've ever done in the past, inviting kids in to online tutoring, opening up our in-building resources space for kids who are really struggling to engage and who are willing to come in, even during these past few weeks. We believe, and based on more than mere hope, based off of more of this monitoring, that these numbers will improve by the end of this semester, but they do underscore the challenge we have and the fundamental need to get our students in school where they can be more engaged and we can support them more when that is possible for us. So with that said, that gives us that basic overview. There was one more slide I know that I believe Dr.
Yes.
Pruitt-Adams, you want to speak to, correct?
Yes, would you click on the link, please?
Yes.
I just want to share with the board and the public. If you would click, Greg, on the data dashboard.
This one over here, correct? Yeah.
Last year, the board asked us to create a public-facing data dashboard. And so I just want to remind our audience that you can go to our website. As I said earlier, if you click on the first dashboard, that will take you straight to the Illinois State Report Card. The second dashboard would take you to the ECRA dashboard, which is reflective, again, of the Illinois State Report Card. It's also reflective of the 5 essentials and where we are with the strategic plan. And then the last dashboard is our dashboard that has our data. And it allows you to go in and disaggregate data based on the graduation rate, our students on track, our attendance, discipline, student achievement, student performance, student participation, college and career, and our climate data. And you can disaggregate that based upon gender, race and ethnicity, special education, free and reduced lunch, and economically disadvantaged, and our students who have 504 plans. Greg, if you just click on one so they can see what it looks like, you might want to go to the, either one, it doesn't matter, just click on one. So when you see our data, you will see our most up-to-date data. While a lot of our data is similar to that of the Illinois State Report Card, you will find some of our data has been updated for the 2019-2020 school year. When you go to the assessment data, you will see an assessment for 2021, and that's because we as a district chose to do the SAT in October. But just wanted to remind everyone that this data dashboard does exist, and you have the opportunity to go in and generate reports based upon those areas that I indicated: gender, race and ethnicity, special education, socially economic status, and Section 504s. Thank you, Greg. You can come out of that. And so now we are open for any questions that the board may have, and members of the executive cabinet are also prepared to answer questions should you have them relative to their areas of the strategic plan.
Thank you. That was a very thorough presentation. Board members, questions?
Sarah, I have a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Does someone else? Oh, I'll put my.
Yeah, Jackie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. It was a lot to take in, so I'm not sure all my questions will be asked this evening. So I reserve the right to ask more later.
Absolutely.
But I did, in terms of the slide that had to do with the grading for first quarter, and yes, the one that's broken down by race, yeah, with students with one or more Fs, and this has been an area that has always been concerning for our district, for our Black and brown students, and Black students in particular. We can't seem to get below a third of our Black students having one or more Fs. So I heard, Greg, your comments about outreach and offering more assistance and support and things like that. What I'm wondering about is how this data can be analyzed in terms of the work that's being done on GPA and how we're looking at grading in particular, because with our racial equity policy and how we're looking at curriculum and instruction, the research tends to suggest that how people are graded can be impacted by race. So I look at these numbers and I want to know how we can dig down to reduce those pretty glaring disparities.
Yeah, thank you. That's really the issue, isn't it? To be honest, I think that perhaps like a lot of schools, but regardless, certainly here, we have, I think, fallen into, and you heard it in my comments to some extent, we fall into this trap of thinking that we can tier two, right, our way out of this, or we can support our way out of this issue. When we're in a pandemic, and I really appreciate your question, because you're really cutting to the chase. You're not asking a pandemic question. You're asking the overall question. And that really is a tier one issue. It is not a tier two issue. And so in order to understand what's really going on, we aren't studying as part of our learning in the organization right now, grading practices overall. We are specifically studying equitable grading practices, and I'm not going to be able to do justice to that work and how that's unfolding the way that Dr. Fiorenza might. If she were here and she were talking about it in greater detail, she would love to wax on about that for quite a while. But that is, for right now, that's how I can answer your question. We are approaching it as a adult learning issue and a tier one issue, not as something that is focused on that we're going to intervene our way out of. Okay.
That I appreciate that. Thanks. Because it does, I always want to be careful that we are looking at the whole picture, and in terms of assets, how we're making sure that we're not, putting, because those numbers reflect, I think, more than what we understood in the past. I would love if perhaps at some point we had, maybe in our instruction committee, some more in-depth information about what that would look like from Dr. Fiorenza.
We can make that happen.
Yep.
I think there was another question.
Yes. So yeah, first of all, thank you to both of you for the presentation. I think the logic model and goals and, the data, it's kind of taking shape and has taken shape where we really are targeting very specific things in our measuring. So that's music to my ears. The question I have is, on the 5 essentials and the one on leadership. So that one's been an area that we've seen, I think, Bingo. Effective leaders. So again, this is one that if you even predate 27, this one's been consistently a
Well,
low number. And what do we know? What do we think? What's the perspective on this? Because it's a rather alarming number.
we at one point took a look on, initially it was always focused on the principal. And then we took a stance that it's not just a principal when you're one high school district. It's all of us. And we've surveyed, we've asked. We need to be, I think what we hear from people is we're turning the tide and things are changing. But we have to also, I don't know if it's being more visible at this point, but I think as we move forward with all the work that we're doing with professional learning for our staff, with our plans for what we're doing with regards to the curriculum rewrite and restructuring, what we're doing with regards to the logic model will get us to that. Because one of the things we're doing that for years had not been done is we're putting teacher voice at the table as we're beginning to do this work. And so it's not just individuals doing the work in silos, it's all of us working collectively.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question that's related to this?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I'm curious. So Tom mentioned that there was, that number has historically been low prior to this, the 2017 time, but I'm seeing that drop in that number in the last 2 years. And I'm curious if that number, if that date, that timeline of drop when did we start talking about the curriculum change?
Yes.
When did we start talking about that?
We started talking about it. We started talking about doing curriculum evaluation in the spring of 2018, although it had been part of the strategic plan prior. Right. But real conversation about it was throughout the 18-19 school year. That's when the curriculum evaluation with the freshman teens began.
Yeah, so. For me, because this is a survey done by families and community, that correlation for me seems like a very strong and real correlation. And especially based on all of the feedback that we had gotten back about the curriculum change and all of that, all that we heard of concern and, all of those pieces, to me, I feel like there's definitely a correlation. And I just wanted to make sure I was correct in my thinking about the timeline for those two things. So seeing that decrease and then seeing that, because of people's opinions. So thank you.
Yeah, and I want to add just one thing to that overall too, which your question kind of begins to hint at, right? This, as I think Tom spoke to, as Dr. Pruitt-Adams spoke to, this data that you see, this kind of this data that's in the lower quartile of the survey, it's been going on for years, and I think that it is something that we own as leaders. We have to as an organization, but we have to understand what it's speaking to. And I think it's really important to understand this is speaking to the culture of leadership in the organization, because it has persisted over time with a vast array of leaders in the organization. So pinning it down to, it's harder to pin it down to one specific thing is what I'm saying, right? It's part of an overall culture of leadership within the school that we need to examine.
I think it's also a cultural shift, because even going up just 1 percentage point I think is tied to the more collaborative work that we're doing as an organization. And that is my hope, knock on wood, that it will continue to increase. It may not increase as fast as we want it, but I think that we will begin to see an increase.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And Thank you for the report too. I'm with Jackie. I probably will have more questions, but there's so much information that I found really valuable and useful. And I was really appreciative of in the strategic, when Dr. Pruitt-Adams, when you went through the strategic sections and demonstrated like the pieces that came from CCB recommendations, the pieces that were related, that's really, I find that that's really important information because we're getting it from, we're getting input from a number of areas on what students want to see, right? And that feels important. I also want to just publicly acknowledge that, last board meeting, my words were very harsh with you all. And I wanted to publicly acknowledge that that is not the way that I would like for us to be in relationship as board and administration. And so I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that I feel as my words caused harm, and I value and appreciate you all and wanted to say that publicly. But thank you for this report. I know I'll have more questions, but I'm really appreciative of what I've seen at this point. So thank you.
Thank you.
Ralph or Craig or Matt?
I'll go. I really appreciate the report, and I particularly, and some of you will know this, I really appreciate the dashboard and the data-driven approach. It's been something that we've talked about and for a number of years, and I think it's I think it's fantastic that it is starting to really come together. So I know that doesn't come. I know that that's a lot of hard work, and so I'm very appreciative of that and all the work that was put into it. I did want to try to articulate a question around it, and now that we're starting to be able to see the data and present the data, we have a strategic planning process, we have all these different pieces, but Joylyn, this is really kind of a question to you and to sort of your staff, which is, now that you have the data, how are we going to use it to, structurally improve or systematically improve where we're going? How are you thinking about that?
As we have our conversations in our weekly meetings, we are looking at the data. We are actually, as we do new things and move forward, we're taking out that equity analysis tool as well and looking at them. But one of the things we realized is we were working in isolation. We had the 5 essentials over here. We had the strategic plan over here. We had the Illinois State report card over there, and we had the data dashboard. All of it comes back to the strategic plan. And what we have to do is consistently look at the data and say what the data is telling us. That's one of the reasons Greg presented the logic model, because it actually identifies what the outcomes and changes we need to see in the adult learning and the adult actions that ultimately have an impact on the student outcomes. Instead of going from a student perspective only, looking at it that way. And so our conversations have changed within the organization. Our conversations have changed relative to not everyone doing their piece, but all of us working collectively. I'm going to pick on Greg's TELT committee, your TELT group, which consists of the technology aspect, the racial equity aspect, the special education aspect, as well as the instruction, the supportive learning environment, and the data aspect with Kristen's input. And so instead of doing things in isolation, we're looking at taking a more deeper dive in the data and letting the data drive the direction that we are taking. Greg, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I want to have two examples to that. So with Kristen McKee as our coordinator of learning analytics, she has helped us to identify protocols for analyzing specific data that are relevant to the exact teams that we have. You heard me earlier in the presentation talk about the monitoring of this grade data and our attendance data with PSS teams. There's a specific way that that data is packaged and brought to those teams on a regular basis, and specific questions that we're asking for specific actions based off of that data. You also heard me reference that we broke down this grade data by department and by TCT, right? By course teams and so on and so forth. Exact same processes have been in place. The exact data that we want to package for that group, the protocols and questions we want to ask ourselves to help us move through that, and then the actions that we can take based off of that analysis. Those are conversations that are happening in the organization, in our division head leadership meetings, separately from the transformative ed leadership meeting, and in our PSS teams, based off of the drilling down of the data that you're seeing a big picture of here. So it's been operationalized is what I'm trying to illustrate.
Yeah,
The
I think
data
that,
drives the work versus working and then hoping the data comes out changed.
yeah.
So the data is what's driving everything.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic, and I'm hoping that as we go through the spring too, that we can start, and it won't be all at once, but if we can start to connect the resourcing to the data to, I just think that's another step forward. So anyway, thank you, and again, thank you for all the hard work on this.
Ralph or Matt?
I'd have no questions. The really good ones that have been asked, I wouldn't add to. I would just also echo, especially what Craig said about the dashboard. This has been a real great need, and I'm excited about our ability to do more with some more dynamic and drill downable data. And I just think it's also important for us to really think through where sometimes the data can be just the sample sizes of it all. The struggles of our students this year, across the board, a lot of struggle is happening. I think it's just important to make sure that we address as much of it as we can without, overlooking anyone. And so I appreciate all this effort. That's all.
And Ralph?
Yeah, I certainly appreciate the work that went into this. I've gone through this in 2 different school districts now and know how hard it is to put together these database dashboards and start utilizing them to make system-wide database-driven decisions, but that's clearly the right way to go and clearly the way we are going. I actually appreciate a lot of what Dr. Pruitt-Adams said here. And on the issue of differences in achievement on race in particular, I'm talking about both the statewide and the national data. One thing that's abundantly clear, and Greg answered this exactly right, is it's not about interventions for the African-American students as much as it is about using the data to help identify where the flaws are in your system from an educational standpoint that are reinforcing racist, whether implicit or overt, racist practices in grading and assessment and in challenging of kids, because it's really not a situation where you resolve your problem through an intervention focused on the kid, an IEP, those kinds of things that the educational system is good at. This is really one of those situations where the educational system needs itself to be evaluated within the building, and you can't do that without the data, and you can't do that without taking a data-driven approach. So I think that's exactly the right way to go, and it reinforces some of the best practices in this area that are happening elsewhere in the state and in the nation.
So thank you all very, very much. It's clear that a lot of work and preparation went into this presentation. The part that always gets me is the 5 essentials. I just, it's a really tough nut to crack, and I'm really curious to know more about what's been sort of plaguing us when it comes to that effective leadership quadrant. But thank you very much for that very, very comprehensive presentation.
Thank
So
you.
the board has now, well, the board and the administration have now been sitting here since 5:30. I suggest that we take a 5-minute break and then reconvene for the next part of our meeting. So
you.
it would be until like 9:52.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not entirely sure who's back yet. I see a couple people. See Tom and I see, I think, Matt.
I see Jackie and I see Gina. I think
here.
Ralph is there and there's Jackie. I think everybody's back.
Yeah, I'm here.
Great.
I'm here.
Perfect. All right. So up next, we have the board's racial equity book read. So part of our board goals when we were doing our assessment at the beginning of this year, our first goal was to do a book read, do 2 book reads, the idea being that it would be 1 each semester. And then we'd have time to discuss it and sort of hear from our colleagues, their thoughts and their perceptions on the book. So the book that we chose this time was a recommendation by Gina Harris called Stamped, Racism, Anti-Racism and You, and it's by Jason Reynolds and Ibram Kendi. This is actually the book that D97 and the library, I think, did a joint book read using this book. And so we thought we would do a book read with them. So LeVar, I don't know if you want to give a little bit of context for the authors.
Yeah, thank you. I'll do that. So, and thank you, Sarah. So in this book, Stamped, just for some context on the authors, we have Ibram X. Kendi, who is recently noted for writing How to Be an Anti-Racist and also just stamped from the beginning. And his partnership with Jason Reynolds, who is an author and poet, or writes author of novels and poetry for young adults. And this partnership has allowed this book to be a bit more accessible, not only for youth, but for folks who are just on this journey and having conversations about race on this ongoing journey. So that's just a little bit about the authors and some context for them. In our discussion tonight, I just want to speak to a few personal standards, right? Around just these conversations in general, these ongoing conversations. So number one, you know, coming into this space with just constructive intent, right? We're here to engage and ultimately to really challenge ourselves. These conversations about race encompass everything that's around us, but ultimately this is an exploration of self. So we just want to be constructive with our intent and understanding that, you know, we're digging into ourselves into this conversation. And secondly, just to have a focus, a communal focus, you know, as we are, you know, thinking about supporting one another in this work, in this exploration of self, just being a sense of support and providing some grace in this conversation. So, and ultimately it comes back to our leadership, right? And how we show up for leadership in these conversations about race. So I'll open it up with the first question relative to the book. And I'll ask, so in terms of the word race, it's always been a charged word throughout the history of our country. But today there's a different edge to it, right? So my question for the board is why do you think race has become such a even more polarized of a word in today's society?
If no one wants to go, I'll go. So I think part of the reason that race has become so polarized is because, you know, as we've evolved, you know, at times we realize how little we've evolved, right? You know, I think that especially in the 60s and with Obama, there's a lot of hope about change and a different day and a different construct around race. And the reality is that not much has changed at all. And I think we've seen that certainly on the national level, but I think we've seen that locally. So, you know, I think part of why it's such a charged word is because it's so pervasive and so intractable seeming, and so painful for so many.
Yeah, thank you for sharing, Sarah. Anyone else, you know, what do we think about race and how and why has it become such a polarizing conversation and just word for by today's standards?
I'll offer 2 cents. You know, and I think what I've heard so far from both you, Dr. Ammons, and from you, Sarah, is so true. I know a lot of people would just rather not look at it. And I know as a white man that I've had the privilege of not having to look at it really that much in my life. Not much for me personally, and certainly not much within my family. And so it's been a gradual process and an uneven process for me of really having this, you know, increased awareness. I came from a real lily white community in the suburbs of Boston, and you know, Boston is notoriously a racist city, at least you know when I lived there into the 80s. And so I'm sure that, you know, there's just a lot of unconscious bias, unconscious upbringing that brought with it. And so in recent years, as you know, and over time, as I've, you know, had a diversity of friends through different arenas that I've been in, I've been, you know, I've been exposed to things either personally, but a lot of times it's anecdotes. I was blown away and so saddened to hear when Dr. Pruitt Adams talked about the experiences that she's had with her family, with having to follow a child to school to make sure they get there without being harassed by a police officer, things like that. And so it's horrible. And so, and a lot of it is just, I think, the difficulty of talking about it for a lot of people, and why we had what felt like an hour of silence when you opened this up, and Sarah bravely was first, was the feelings of being misunderstood. And that the minute I know that I open my mouth or that I put my pen to paper, I'm running the risk of being misunderstood. And so, you know, I guess this may or may not be the right time. And so with a little trepidation, I will say, to be clear, in the environment the last 3+ weeks, that I stand with all of our communities at our school, but specifically, I think it's important that I declare that I stand with our Muslim community at the high school, from the students to all staff members, everyone in Oak Park and River Forest and beyond. And so, you know, you do not only belong, you're highly esteemed and you're loved. And that's something that I just will say. And I know actions speak louder than words. And so I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to demonstrate that. And I feel like I've demonstrated that in my life. And I hope that we are all I hope to be as gracious to others as I'm hoping they are towards me, but I can't control that. And so thank you for opening this up. And I'm now going to press mute, which is how I usually am when it comes to this.
I'll go, although I want to go. So this question was about the word race, and as you asked it, or as I read it, I was kind of reflecting on the current climate, and I guess my answer, my perspective is, as we as a nation become more diverse, such that the quote unquote white majority is being reduced, I believe there's a lot of people that are threatened of losing what they had or perceived had. That's just kind of the way I listen to that. But then as I say that, I reflect on you know, the book and my earlier days and before, when I was really young, the same challenges that we have today existed then. So it's kind of, but I'm kind of more reflecting on the current political climate that's just has really, you know, in my mind, become divisive. So I'll stop.
All right. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, those are some great points about of course, the current climate and the idea of being threatened. with change, right? The increase of diversity as a threat to the dominant culture. And Matt brought up a great point about kind of the dangers of growing up in homogeneous areas, right? And kind of the dangers of not having a diverse area in terms of your connection with people. So thanks for sharing. Anyone else on the word race, conversations about race and how polarizing it is today?
This is Mark Thierry. A lot of it, so I'm going to take a little bit of an historical perspective. A lot of it is most people that are white were conditioned to not think about race or consider race through their education and through their social interactions. I mean, that's just the truth. And then more recently, politically, beginning with when I say recently, the late 70s, early 80s, the Southern strategy, and the re-demonization of Black Americans, I think made whites look at race in a very destructive way, whether or not they understood that overtly and whether or not it just became implicit. Because if you looked at how the white strategy evolved over time, words black and white weren't used, but there were certainly euphemisms used. And then you fast forward to the current environment, I think the advent of the internet has been very polarizing, where people can just go and get their information from folks who don't necessarily have any credentials to give them their information, but could just reinforce their preconceived biases, right? So I think that further polarizes us. And then in this polarized environment, we had a president who used traditional populist, racist language and approaches in his politics. And we also had the high-profile murders of Black individuals by the police or by white folks like the guys in Georgia that weren't police, but were murdering Blacks. In this polarized environment, subtly made race a very hot word. So I think there's a lot going into that, LeVar, honestly, and it's had a long history. One of the reasons I appreciated this book, although it cracked me up that he kept saying it's not a history book. This is such a history book. And it's written in a very specific historical style called an arietology, which I was a history major, so I kind of loved how this guy was playing with folks that don't know history, where you write your history in a way that provides some sort of moral judgment of what's happened in the past and some moral assessment for what could be in the future. And they did that very well. In the book, but it cracked me up that he kept insisting this is not a history book. He must have repeated that 10 times. I'm like, oh, dude, you're just playing with us because this is absolutely a history book. But anyway, that was just me being a history major, enjoying that.
Right. Thank you, Ralph. Anybody else on this first question?
And I'm sorry, one thing I forgot to mention up front that I'd meant to is that in the interest of time, knowing that we had such a lengthy meeting planned for this evening, we made the determination to split this into two. So tonight is part one, and then our next meeting in January will be part two. So there are additional questions that we will be discussing then. And my hope is that at that next meeting, we can choose the second book that we will be discussing. So, so these questions are really meant to be prompts, like discussion prompts, not necessarily wed to having these specific questions answered. So I'll just throw out the next two and people can see what they're interested in. So with regard to conversations on race, what terms have you heard throughout your life that have been recontextualized? And then the other question is, after reading the book, what is your understanding of assimilationist versus anti-racist? Or if you want to talk about something else, I thought it was a great book. So if there's something else you want to talk about too, we would welcome that.
So Sarah, it's Tom. I'm going to take the second one, but it's more just kind of my taking from it, which I thank Gina for recommending this book, by the way. It was a good read for me. I found it interesting that the historical figures that were referenced through the book were going through phases where they were assimilationist and then anti-racist. So it wasn't like I am this and I am this consistently, but there was change as through history, through evolution. I found that real interesting. And I don't know why, but I guess it's because of the climate they're in. What I'd like to understand more. It shows the power of the human to kind of adapt or change based on situations, but it wasn't like I am assimilationist and then 100% of the time. So.
Others?
I'll jump in. I don't want to dominate. I guess I'll keep it short. I mean, I see assimilationist as someone who goes with the flow and just doesn't say, I'm going to, it's through inaction that it's the sin of, maybe the sin of omission, of not stepping up and standing up and speaking out and actively being an anti-racist is my, assessment from what I've read and from what I've seen in general. And that an anti-racist is someone who is active, that if you're not on a side, then you've picked a side. Your inaction is the decision, and that you don't have a choice but to speak up and to speak out when you see something that is wrong in the area of racism. So that's what comes to my mind.
I feel like I always have a lot of confidence when we have these conversations. And tonight I'm just feeling like there's so much not being said. So I'm not really, I don't feel, because of based on what we're dealing with in our community right now, I'm not feeling in a space that this conversation could be really highly productive as I would love for it to be. But yeah, so I'm just a little bit challenged by our conversation tonight in light of everything that's going on. So I think I'm so grateful. Thank you, Tom. I'm so grateful that everyone agreed to read this book, and that because what I found, what I can share about the book and the process of being in the book with a number of people and in our community is that the book really challenges a lot of assumptions. It really makes us look at what we've been taught. If you could hear the conversations the students are having about this book, and them really, like, some of the things that they're saying, like, I can't even believe that was a thing. Like they're incredulous. So, I'm appreciative and looking forward to our next discussion of this. I just, I would be remiss. I'm not, there's a lot of other things going on that are keeping me from being fully engaged in this in a way that I feel would be authentic right now.
Thank you for sharing, Gina.
Yeah, I'll just build a little bit on Gina. I'm also not, it's also a little difficult for me to feel to discuss tonight, but I guess a couple things, and I'm I'm going to diverge from the questions a little bit, but I mean, the book forced me to think about things through a lens that I didn't grow up with. I mean, I grew up not having to think through that lens. And it's interesting to me because it really highlighted to me the impact of things that were done and how what really matters is impact, not intent. And the impact that has on people, on society, on everything. And it all comes down to that. And I guess that was just one element. And then just another random thought, because we're talking about contextualizing terms. And I don't quite know how to put this in the room, but from my own perspective, it's something I'm trying to make sure I understand, is that yes, we've recontextualized lots of terms, but to me, and I think to some other people too, and maybe it gets back to your first question about why race raises such an emotion. We can recontextualize terms all we want. When somebody talks about white supremacy, to me, I understand the context people are using it or whatever, but I grew up with it in a different context, and it hurts me when somebody does that, regardless of what that context actually, their intent is. It's back to impact. And I just think part of this was really thinking in this book was not what are the intents, what are the impacts on us and society. So anyway, my 2 cents. I know I got off the questions, but I'm just reflecting on, the things rattling around in my head about the book.
No, when you get off the questions, I think that's when it begins to really get good, right? The questions are hopefully just springboards. So thank you, Craig. So I loved the book. I thought it was great. I couldn't put it down. And I really appreciated that it was such a heavy topic, but written in a way that was so light. I mean, there was some joy. There was humor. I mean, it was really just a remarkably well crafted set of narratives, and I could see how kids would just love it. I certainly did. And it really made me think about history in a way that I never learned in school, right? Like none of the names seemed, the names were familiar, but the stories suddenly seemed very different. And that I think really caused me to reframe a whole lot of, assumptions I sort of had about how things used to be. So I appreciated that push, that paradigm flip. I thought was really powerful.
I'll just weigh in. I thank you, Gina, for recommending the book. And I am not in the space to do anything other than reflect on this, given our current local climate and the hurt, harm, and divisiveness that is happening. And we discussed that earlier, but I'm glad that we'll have an opportunity to revisit this. And I do just want to say that, Craig, I appreciate your comment about hearing white supremacy and connecting it with something that not how you understood it. And I hope that can come to a place, maybe even in our next discussion, where as we're discussing all these terms, that we can, the pastor at my church used to say, if you understand it, or if it resonates, say amen. And if it's too close, say ouch. So I think, ouch is perfectly acceptable. But after that, my question for us is, so I hope that when we continue our discussion, that it will be grounded in what our actions can be and what we can do. Because as much as it is talking about history, the biggest thing I take away is history is the present. And it wasn't way back when a lot of the trauma of lynching or redlining or, racial disparities in education and environmental pollution. I mean, all of the racisms, the isms that we're trying to combat are things that I hope we can talk about, and as the book as a springboard to really dealing and delving into our leadership roles and how we can see ourselves being connected to the work that we say we want to do around racial equity and truly, social justice and anti-racism. And I think it requires us to come into the present with the knowledge of that history. And that's harder to do, but so necessary if we're ever going to model for our community and our students what leadership around anti-racism is really about.
Well, thank you for sharing that, Jackie. And that same awareness that you're speaking to is really what pushes us, I think, beyond our convictions and ultimately gets us to a place of being change agents, is where we're ultimately looking to land. So thank you for that. So are there any other thoughts before we?
Can I just add something really quickly? Craig, thank you so much for saying that about how when you hear the word, it hurts, because it is, it has been the experience of my life that certain words hurt, and it's interesting that you hearing that word hurts, and the idea of that when I've lived, and most of the people that I know, specifically Black people, have lived with a number of words that hurt on a regular basis, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like there's an ability for us to begin to have an understanding of similar, not similar experience, but an experience of what that harm feels like for words to just be that, like words that other people have a perception of, right? Because if I go into a space and someone says, "Wow, you speak so eloquently," it's like based as compared to what, right? So that could be considered such a compliment, but for me, it feels such like an assault, like compared to what? Do other Black people not speak eloquently? Is there so when we're starting to have these conversations about how words impact us and the taking apart of the words, I'm appreciative that you said that. So thank you for sharing that.
And Gina, I didn't want to, in saying it, I didn't want to say that there's anything. I think using the word the way we're trying to use it is great. And I'm sure, I know, because of my own biases, that I've said things unintentionally that hurt other people. So it's not like I'm asking for any treatment over it. I'm just throwing it out there as a fact because I realize I've done it, and I want to just talk about it. Okay.
Thank you, Craig. Are there other thoughts that people want to add? Okay, well, I feel like we've had a lot of high emotions this evening. So if folks want to wrap this up for now, we can revisit it in January. We have additional, I think it's 3 questions or so. We will send those out as we did this time ahead so that folks can kind of take a look at them, ponder them a bit if they'd like. I'd also ask if anyone has a recommendation as to our next book. We should probably look to pick that soon because time flies. I had talked to LeVar about finding something that's more contextualized for like school policy specific. So I don't know if any of our academics have any thoughts on books that might be useful in that space.
Well, I would like to recommend the book, We Want to Do More Than Survive, Abolitionist Teaching and the Pursuit of Educational Freedom by Dr. Bettina Love, because it does contextualize school and education and the system that we are a very integral part of shaping and supporting.
Okay, all right. If anybody else has suggestions, certainly we will take all suggestions. Gina's 1 for 1 so far, so she's got a good record of books we like. So I guess we will end this here. And part 2 will be coming in a month.
Yeah, and thank you all for engaging. I know it's a tough time right now, but thank you again for leaning in.
Yeah, well, thank you, LeVar, for your help and Dr. Pruitt Adams as well. And
thank you. All right, you ready for the next item? Our next item is item 10.3, Project 1 update. Making this presentation tonight, Mr. Ron Anderson. Joining him, I believe, is Jock Cerniak, and took it off my screen. And Mike Dents from FGM. I'm not sure who else is there, but I'm sure he will introduce them. This item is in compliance with strategic plan priorities: 1, racial equity; 2, transformative ed; and 4, facilities and finance. And then it's also in compliance with district policy 2:140 and 2:220. Mr. Anderson? Ron? Ron, you're muted and we don't see your face.
Had mouse issues for a second there. All right, good evening, board. Since the final phase of the schematic design, the architects presented in November of 2019, we've completed the summer 2019 construction and the ongoing project of the SRC, which is on schedule.
Who's clicking for?
I'm clicking. Tonight we're gonna update the board on the budget alignment progress, the minority business enterprise, which is the MBE, the women business enterprise WBE business inclusion and workforce program, the construction camera, the current timeline, construction phasing, and project 1 design update. The budget alignment will be presented by FGM.
Thank you, Ron. So a brief update on the budget alignment progress. The last time that we came before the board to discuss the Project 1 budget, construction estimates, and the bid period 5 award recommendation, I made a promise to the board that just because bidding had completed at that point for the South Cafeteria and the SRC, that did not mean that the design and construction team would stop looking for ways to reduce cost on the project. And we didn't. And so that's really the brief update for this evening. Working with the contractors that are working on the South Caf and SRC, we've been able to reduce cost by approximately $260,000. And that comes through budget alignment work or value engineering with with things that really don't affect program or space. So in this instance, we were able to make cost reductions through revising the HVAC and electrical systems without sacrificing performance. And we'll present a clearer picture of how that process and the process that we applied to bid period 6 when we present the bid award recommendation to the board in January for bid period 6.
Pepper will talk about the MBE process.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ashley Stapleton with Pepper Construction. And one item that we implemented for BP6 was the MBE and WBE Business Inclusion Plan. And with this, the prime trade contractors, so each subcontractor that had a contract with Pepper, the goal, so it was a project goal versus a requirement. MBE was 15%, WBE 5%, alongside the actual prime trade utilization with the MBE, WBE. We also spoke with all contractors about having workforce utilization goals if they could not meet the initial MBE and WBE goals. So that as well would be a minority of 15% working on site and 5% women working on site as far as tradespeople go. For our BP6, we were able to send out the invitation to bid to 75 plus firms. And although we did have our bid opening yesterday, conversations are ongoing because as mentioned, the WBE, MBE, and workforce utilization goals are goals. So we're constantly pushing and letting each of the subcontractors know how important this is to the district and to all of us to make sure that they meet those goals and make sure that they live up to the need, you know, to make sure that we're following what the district wants. So when we actually present the work order, we will also have information on how many people, again, 75 plus, we'll also be able to break that down further to show how many people provided a bid on bid day. And of those people who provided a bid on bid day, how many of those subcontractors were actually awarded the contract. So we will have that information in January as well.
So we have construction time. We installed a construction camera, and this allowed us to view a townhouse video, which will provide a short narrated version of the construction camera. Once I can get it over to the screen, and Pepper will narrate it.
Alrighty, so what you'll see here, it's a 3-minute video, but it's actually going to walk you through the moment that we took over the mall into where we are now. So what you see here is demoing of the exterior portion of the cafeteria. As you move forward along in the video, you will see all the steps that we've taken leading us to where we are now, which is in the underpinning, excavation, and we'll also be starting concrete foundations as well. And you'll also see partitions that have been built, and those are to protect your existing building from being exposed to the elements. Sorry, it jumped a little bit. So, and then as well, there's also ERS, and a little bit further within the timeline, you'll see some large machines in various stages of the project, and they're actually placing steel so that they can, the earth retention system is literally to retain the earth. So since we're building a building with existing on 3 sides, we have to make sure that all of the soils and the earth beneath your existing building do not begin to fall, and therefore the building comes away from the structure. So that's what the system is built for. So as we're finishing up, you will see an ending shot of where we are today. And there, just to throw it out there, there are hard hats and high-vis clothing. If there's ever a time where any of you would like to view the project, we can definitely schedule a quick walkthrough.
And mind you that this time-lapse video could be found on the district's website. It takes 15-minute interval. 15-minute interval pictures and makes it into increase this time-lapse video for everyone all the stakeholders to be able to view this at any time.
How long ago was that? Like, are we a month past when that video was done? Like, what was the time period for that?
So
it was up to 15 minutes ago. So at the end here is up to right now, 15 minutes ago.
Okay, wow. That's
okay, FGM, we're going to talk about that.
Thanks, Ron. So the next thing that we wanted to discuss with the board is it's been some time since we discussed the overall timeline for Project One, the capital improvement work that was going to occur concurrently, and the health life safety projects that were going to occur concurrently as well. So you've now seen where things stand in terms of the South Cafeteria and the new SRC. And that construction will continue until the beginning of December next year. However, starting next summer, we will be working on the main entrance, the Welcome Center and Student Commons, phase 1 of special education, phase 1 of the classroom and faculty office renovations, the all gender toilet rooms on levels 1 and 3, capital improvement projects, health life safety projects, and the commons balcony alternate if that ends up being accepted by the district, and then phase 1 of the classroom renovation alternates if that is accepted by the district as well. All of that work from item ID 2 through 9 will be completed by the end of the first week of August. Once the new South Caf and SRC are complete, the existing library, tutoring center, and makerspace will be vacated, and those spaces will be transformed into the new classrooms and science labs that are going in those locations in the northwest corner of the building. That work will begin in approximately around December of next year, and it'll be complete in May of 2022. And then on the heels of that, in the summer of 22, we have the phase 2 of special education, and phase 2 Pepper is going to show some phasing plans next, and it'll make more sense in terms of where all of these things are located in the building. So in addition to phase 2 of special education in summer of 22, phase 2 of the classroom and faculty office renovations, the completion of the all gender toilet rooms on levels 2 and 4, the north elevator, more capital improvement work, and again, some of the alternates if those are accepted by the board next month. And then finally, to round out the entire project, in summer of 23, we'll have the remainder of capital improvement work, the remainder of the health life safety work, and then any of the remaining capital improvement alternates that the board may choose to accept when we're back before you with a bid award recommendation next month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Josh Warner with Pepper Construction, and he's going to take you through the phasing plans.
Ashley will.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Ashley.
It is A-okay. So I know that Josh just did a high level, and I can distribute these, or these can be distributed as needed. But the idea is to have different color codes, just explaining what is considered each year, so you are aware, and as a whole, you know what areas are going to be disturbed in your building each summer. And this is broken out by floor. There's also a version that's broken out by year. So there's multiple iterations of this as well. If you need a different version, come the January board meeting, we can also provide that as well. If it's the by year, that'll work better. But first floor, as mentioned, the summer 2021 base bid work that you see is the main entrance commons. You have special education, phase 1 as well. The orange areas, the darker orange areas are summer 2022, the base bid. The lighter orange area is the alternate. And then summer 2023, you have restrooms that are an alternate as well. So this is more, like I said, a depiction of what areas of your building are going to be disturbed on each floor by year. So we can go to floor 2. So similar to what Josh was saying, this pinkish area is the library infill area. So that's December 2021 through May 2022. So as soon as you all put everything within the South Cafeteria and SRC, we'll start on that work. The orange areas are basic classrooms versus alternate classrooms. We have the commons. In the dark blue, we have the light blue being the balcony overhang, which is the alternate. The little pink area not too far off of the commons to the left, those are some offices. And again, colors are just showing what areas are going to be disturbed per year. You can go to floor 3. Similar to other floor, this floor has mainly classrooms, along with the library infill area, whether it's summer 2021, December 2021, and then the bathroom or the elevator are later years. And fourth floor. Fourth floor, again, is mainly all classrooms. You have a few within the library infill, you have the elevator, bathrooms as well. So I know that that was high level. There are some items, miscellaneous items that are not shown, such as ET upgrades, we have HLS, varying work, we have accessibility upgrades as well. And since those are scattered throughout the building, that's more of a, we can list rooms if we need to. FGM's plans are very detailed, whereas it has everything labeled. So we just did the main areas with the most disruption to your building. Last one is the roofing. Forgot about the top floor. So this one, we have masonry tuck pointing and roofing. We have tuck pointing from summer 2021 through summer of 2023. Since we have some of the larger areas that we are doing tuck pointing in, we're staggering. So an area that we tuck point in 2021, we will do the roofing in 2022, which is why you see in summer of 2023, it is only tuck pointing because the roofing would come in 2024. So that is about it for phasing as of right now.
Okay, we're excited to share some renderings and some animations here for the renovation work here for the remainder of Project 1. Wanted to start at the exterior here, the Welcome Center. Really, the photo there in the bottom left corner really explains the existing entry. It's kind of it's a very dark space. On either side of that entry, there are some tall hedge lines. And as part of the renovation work here, we're looking to propose some lower landscaping along those edges to kind of open up things visually. In addition to expanding the Welcome Center and the size of it, we're actually creating a new vestibule underneath the existing canopy roof structure there. You could start to see that glass storefront system there. And then refreshing some of the finishes there with the roof fascias. And it relates back to some of the finishes we're doing at the exterior of the Student Resource Center and South Cafeteria with some of the metal panels and the colors, mainly that terracotta color there, which really plays off of the beautiful clay tile roof you have there on the north side of the building. But then also improving some of the wayfinding signage here, adding the school name to the front, and then some main entrance signs there on either side as you're walking along Scoville from the north and the south. You could go to the next one, Ron. So here'd be, this would be an interior view of that new entry vestibule airlock. And you could see we're starting to bring in that same terracotta color into the ceiling of the vestibule and introduce some new linear lighting as well to brighten that space. And now we'll have a series of video animations to walk you through here, starting with the new Welcome Center renovation. I think if you go back, Ron, I think hit spacebar.
Oh, why is that working?
Is it possible to hover over the lower left corner of the image?
Yeah,
there. Okay.
Over here. There we go.
Great. There we go. So here with the reconfiguration of the Welcome Center, we're able to move some office spaces around and capture a little bit more daylight there with that window. Introduce some new imagery there, reinforcing the OPRF spirit colors. There you're seeing the new greeters desk. There's a 4-panel video wall for messages. Next to that wall is a door into the new attendance office location. And then we were able to capture some more space by capturing the existing ticket box office, taking that function and combining that with the new attendance office location. And we were able to create this little alcove area for a seating area. And you could see, again, looking at some of the great history there at OPRF and introducing a vinyl wall graphic, which actually shows an image of when Ontario Street used to bisect your site, which used to be one of the older main entries to the building. And here we got another animation. There you could see the attendance office there on the left side. And here we're looking at new finishes on the walls, ceilings and lighting, and creating some of these seating platforms here. We know one of the big goals of the Imagine master plan was to create more student collaboration space. And by adding some seating areas within the student commons, both on the first floor and the second floor, it was a great opportunity to start to introduce some of those spaces. Here you could see we're actually expanding the staircase that leads you into the auditorium and creating this platform space, which could actually fit 30 students there. So you could take a class, or it could be a great place for before or after school as well. Go to the next video. So another great historical piece that's currently in the basement of the school is what used to be at that original Ontario Street entry, and that's the Book of Learning piece. Some really beautiful limestone pieces that we're going to have cleaned up and installed into a display case there. And then as we turn here to the left, you'll see a new location for the Tradition of Excellence plaques, kind of front and center in that student common space, where we're also looking to redesign those plaques too. And then moving towards the back of the commons here, you're seeing a display case for your bronze OPRF crest. And then the blue wall back there is actually a tackable surface. We know a lot of your student groups and clubs and things like to hang up things, and it gives an opportunity to still do that here in the commons. And then we'll move to the next view here. So part of the plan here too is to introduce a wheelchair accessible ramp to bring you to the auditorium level. And then as we swing around here, you'll see a better view of that student collaboration space, where the backside of that Book of Learning display case is actually a teaching wall. It's a magnetic dry erase surface. And then the ceiling of this space, this is actually currently today, it's a 2-story space. And we're looking to expand the balcony. And this would be an add alternate to the project that the district could decide on later when the bids are finalized. And again, that could fit a class of students as well. And then the next slide will give us a view of what that balcony starts to feel like. The wall on the left here would be a teaching wall with a projector, dry erase surface. And then similar to the first floor of the Commons, we would be refinishing walls and providing new ceiling and lights and new guardrails here on the second floor, in addition to new tackable surface for what's currently and will remain as your art gallery space. Okay. So now we want to move on to some of the classroom renovation and some of the interior views here. There's two color schemes. Both schemes are working with the school spirit colors, the blue and the orange. Here you can see we've created the teaching wall as really the focal point in the room, and the remaining walls are a lighter neutral color because we know a lot of classrooms in the school are on the the smaller side of things. And you're also seeing carpet tile on the floor, which has a fine orange pinstripe into that. One of the things we heard back from division heads when we had our various meetings with them to review the classroom designs was a preference to maintain as many of the wood floors as we can, and we did study that. Unfortunately, some of them aren't in the best of condition, and we're looking to provide this carpet tile to cover some of those. But where we can save them, we are definitely doing that. And then here you have the other color scheme with the orange wall. And then you could go to the next one. Here we have one of the two science labs that will be displaced by the special education renovations on the first floor. So these would be relocated to the second floor where the existing tutoring center is at. And one of the goals here of this space, working with the science division heads, was to create a flexible learning environment. You could see lab tables that are on lockable casters, providing overhead electrical cord reels, and really maximizing storage as much as we can for everything that's required for science. Moving back down to the first floor where the special ed programs will be, there are some minor design modifications that will happen in the corridors here. And that's mainly where we're introducing new door openings into new spaces. On this floor, it would be for special education offices and some of the classrooms, but then this will happen in certain places on the other floors too for some of the new classrooms. Here you can see a view of the special education. This is one of two team classrooms. And in our conversations and work sessions with the special education division heads, we talked a lot about the life skills kitchen. Currently, the team classrooms share a separate life skills kitchen. And in those conversations, it made a lot of sense to provide a kitchenette within the team classroom. So each of the two team classrooms would have that kitchenette within their space. They also share a fully accessible toilet room. And there's also a site program classroom, which would be configured in the same way. And then the last slide here gives you a view of the single occupant, all gender toilet rooms that'll be towards the north side of the building. There's going to be two of these per floor that are stacked going all the way up. And that concludes the presentation. If there's any questions.
Anyone have any questions on the presentation?
There, I had a couple.
Yeah, Craig.
Through the presentation, I heard the word alternate used a lot. Where are these alternate ideas coming from?
These are the alternates that were discussed in pretty in a lot of detail with the board previously. We had recommended additive alternates to the project to give the district a form of cost control management for when the various portions of the project go out to bid. And so any of the alternates that were mentioned this evening are the alternates that we reviewed with the discussed with the board, and in some instances the board actually said no to the alternates that the design and construction operations team had proposed, and we had then created other alternates that the board agreed to, that the board felt those made the most sense. One of those being the balcony extension in the student commons.
Okay, sorry, a meeting's all run together. I don't remember an extended conversation of alternates.
Yeah, I guess, Craig, what might help is at one point the design, construction, and operations team was recommending looking at the student commons in its entirety and the welcome center as alternates, and relatively unanimously the board said no, those are sacred. And so we really had to look at other things to make alternates, and so given the project one scope, the other alternates, and this may sound familiar, 30 of the classrooms are an alternate, and they're broken up into groups of 10. And then prior to going out to bid in bid period 6, because there was some concern of fluctuations in the marketplace, we added an additional 8 classrooms on the 4th floor as an alternate. But those were all in the bid documents, so the contractors have provided pricing on all of those, and then we're going to be coming to the board in January with recommendations, not only on the bid awards for base bid, but then also all of those alternates. The rest of the alternates are in terms of capital improvement projects. So again, giving the district a form of cost control management on the overall scope of work.
So in the context of discussing alternates, I mean, you're the architect of record as well for the building, right?
Yes.
Should we be discussing maintenance issues as well? Why are we discussing these things as 2 separate items?
We tried once to bring them together, and then it became confusing, and we were told to split them out. Am I correct?
I'm not sure, Craig, I understand that you understand the question.
Well, my only point is we're not really spending 2 buckets of money. We have a lot of maintenance issues that we have a lot of tension over. How do we fund? And I really have a hard time having a conversation of alternates, additions to program 1, while we're sitting there with maintenance items that we're really struggling to approve and fund. So that's just
I don't think the alternates were all add-ons. It was,
no.
If my memory serves me, the alternates were when we presented it, and it was coming back like way over budget.
Okay.
And we had to go back and take some things off. And when we took those things off, we said these could be alternates.
Okay. All right. That's fair.
They were all part of the original. Go ahead, Joylyn.
I just also say with the maintenance, the last conversation I remember about the maintenance and the update, Keep, was we went back and color coded. We had the board asked us to color code those things that were like urgent, like red, green, yellow, if memory serves. And that would have been sometime like September, October.
Right. I mean, we kind of have a priority list of things, and we know what the priority list is.
Right.
Right.
And all of this is following that priority list. There's nothing adding on that wasn't part of the original scope. It was just pulled out to make the budget. And depending on where the budget comes, where the bids come in, things will be added back in.
Okay.
And,
all right. Thank you.
And Craig, I think one thing too that will be helpful, and maybe for the rest of the board and the community as well, is when we say additive alternate, that does not mean added scope that was never in the program. Additive alternate means that the contractor does not include the pricing in their base bid, whereas a deductive alternate, they include it in their base bid. And if you chose to accept the deductive alternate, then it would come out of their bid.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And also remember that capital improvements and health and life safety are all inside of this bid pack as well.
Okay. All right. We'll look forward to seeing the rest, seeing the bottom line in January.
I have a question, Sarah, if I can jump in.
Of course.
So obviously we're living through a pandemic that we hope is once every century or longer. And obviously the design, I would think the design is conducive to anticipating the need for separation. There's flexibility in these spaces. I'm curious though, as we move forward with more decisions over the next number of months and years, to what degree should contemplation of what we're dealing with now inform some of those choices? You know, or is it such an outlier event that it's not feasible to do that? So I'm curious about that from a philosophical modeling kind of standpoint. Sure.
Great question, Matt. It certainly is not feasible for schools in terms of maintaining social distancing. If we were to draw a line in the sand now and say every project moving forward needs to accommodate at a minimum 6 foot distance between occupants, the schools would need to be approximately 3 to 4 times larger than they are now. And that's not just for OPRF. However, there are some things that can be done now that we think make good sense and are maybe arguably a little more fiscally responsible. One of those things you saw in the design update for the Welcome Center, previously we had heard kind of more leaning towards that the new greeter's desk should be open. And what you saw tonight is it has glass. It doesn't have glass for security. It has glass in direct response to this pandemic and airborne pathogens. And so things like that, and then also looking at new HVAC equipment that is going in throughout the building related to Project One or capital improvements, the filtration systems going into that new HVAC equipment are all specified with MERV 13 or higher filters, which we know from the scientists and mechanical engineers that that's really one of the best ways to trap as many of the airborne pathogens, particularly SARS-CoV-2 and that particular micron size. So, so we have done things, but it's a tricky balance, made even trickier when the budget was as tight as it is.
Got it. Thank you for addressing that.
Sure.
Others? Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much for that walkthrough. It's very exciting.
Thank you. We're excited as well, and it's going to be neat to see all of this unfold and see a really serious transformation on your campus that the students particularly are going to benefit so much from. So, but thank you for allowing us the time to present this.
Thank you. The next item is item 10.04, saliva screening. Okay, thank you. So as you know, the district, in our efforts to get our students back on campus as soon as possible in a health and safety manner, has been looking at two different screeners. And I want to say that today I'm going to just want to start the discussion around the screeners that we're looking at. Can you look at the next slide, please? So what you see here is the Swiss cheese model of risk mitigation. And how that works is that there's really no single solution that stops the virus spread, but by combining different layers of public measures and personal actions can make a big difference. And so if you look at the first slice of the Swiss cheese is wearing our mask, the cloth mask that everyone is wearing, maintaining a social distance, and cleaning and disinfecting the area, and hand washing. Well, for us, another layer of PPE would be to use a screener, a saliva screener. And the reason behind that is there's not one specific way of curing coronavirus or maintaining it. But we believe that with some type of saliva screening or some type of screening, we will be able to reduce the probability of cases on site, which will ultimately impact the community and reduce the amount of spread in the community. Could you go to the next slide, please? And so there's two agencies that we've been looking at, and we want to discuss them with you tonight. So we've looked at Safeguard, which was developed by Dr. Edward Campbell, and he sits on the board in one of our neighboring school districts, but he also is a doctor at Loyola. And so he is the designer of Safeguard. The other one we looked at is SHIELD. And SHIELD is out of the University of Illinois, Chicago, U of I. And so what we did was we've talked with Dr. Campbell, and we've talked with Beth Heller, who is our contact for SHIELD. And so just quickly want to go through just a couple of things with regards to availability and those items that are discussed in the board item. So right now, Safeguard is available right now, but I do want to say Safeguard is not a diagnostic tool, not a diagnostic screener. It is a surveillance screener. And if a person were to test positive on it, they would have to then do a follow-up. It uses a RT lab, which is a little less sensitive than a PCR. We can either collect the samples on site or collect them from students' homes. But I want to again stress it's not diagnostic. The cost for the Safeguard surveillance is $11 per test. That does include the vials and everything that goes with it. We were told that 2 people can collect 900 samples an hour, and that's with the students coming in or either doing them on site and putting them in the container. They could actually do about 900 samples per hour. That is not testing them, that is collecting them. It typically takes 4 to 8 hours to get the results back. So if a student or an adult tested on one day, we would have the results before the start of school the next day. But they do guarantee that you will get the test within 24 hours. When we asked about the false positivity rate, we were told that it is less than 1%. We have to store anybody's information? How would that work? We don't. So what we would do with Safeguard is to protect the identification of individuals. The district will be responsible for developing barcodes with the assistance of Safeguard, making sure that the barcodes are placed on the sample tubes. And then once a person tests positive, what would happen is Safeguard would then contact the district. The district would then contact the individual and have them go get screened. With SHIELD right now is not available. They are actually waiting for FDA approval. They anticipate going for FDA approval the first part of January, which then meant that they would be able to begin to work with us in February. It is a diagnostic test, and that's what with the FDA, they would get their EUA, which would then allow them to be a diagnostic test, which is more sensitive than the one from Safeguard. It is a PCR test. The collection is similar. This test costs $20 per test, and it must be done at school. So you take the test at school, you go through a process of giving the people your name. They look your information up in the system, give you your kit, you drool in the kit under supervision, and then you turn it in to someone else. This too has less than a 1% false positive rate. The results are guaranteed back within 24 hours. On this one, we would have to share our identifying information with the institution for students and for staff, because what happens is someone tests positive on this because it is a diagnostic test. They would then notify the school, notify the student or the employee, and then they would also notify the Illinois Department of Public Health. Would you go to the next slide, please? The pros and cons of each. When you look at Safeguard, it is available now. It is at a lower cost, fewer staff to collect samples, and there's no need to supply personal data. The con of that, though, is it's a screener, and it will require a follow-up diagnostic test. The pro of Shield is diagnostic, no follow-up test is needed. However, the downside right now is the date of availability is uncertain. It is more expensive. There's more staff required to collect the samples. And then we must supply the personnel data. Right now, there's also what's not on here is a capacity issue. Right now, if you heard yesterday on the news, that Shield is actually working with the area colleges and universities first. Once they get the FDA approval, then their hope is to begin to do the K-12 program. If they are not approved by the FDA to be a diagnostic tool, then they will revert to being a surveillance screener. I'm going to take a moment and go back to the item, the board item, and share some additional information with you from the original item. If I can get it to act right. I did ask in both conversations what school districts they were working with. Safeguard gave us the names of 12 districts now that they are working with, and when following up with those districts, they have indicated to us that they can get people through in an easy amount of time, that they do allow for some students to take their test at home, some to take their test on site. In both situations, we would have to make sure that the samples get delivered to the labs. The labs would, for Shields would be in Maywood, so it's pretty close. And so as we look at how to transport the vials, we thought that would be important. I do want to add that also, what is not a part of this presentation, also the government is providing school districts with the BioNext Now, which is the nasal swab for people who are symptomatic. And we see that too for us as another level of surety and safeguard to reduce the spread. And so if we went with Safeguard, if we got back a positive result, we would use, if that person was on site, while we would refer them to have further testing, we could also use the BioNext, which would help be additional support to encourage them. The other piece to that, though, is if we have a student or an adult in the building who on any given day is showing symptoms of possibly having COVID, we would use the BioNext Now, because that may not be a day that they get tested. And then we would send them off to have a formal test done. We could also do the same with Shield. We do have cost factors. Right now with the rough calculations that we've looked at, and this was prior to getting the opt-in, opt-out information, we are looking at approximately 2,900 tests per week. And that would be, we would test 3 days a week for students and we would test for staff, on a rotational basis. And we figured we would do approximately 2,900 tests a week. With the safeguard, it would cost us with approximately $3,500 a week, and over 17 weeks, approximately $545,000. With Shield, with $20 per test, it would cost us over the 17 weeks, approximately $949,000. I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have of me. This was to have a discussion. We do have a contract right now that our legal is looking at with Safeguard, and I will be forwarding a contract for perusal to our legal counsel on Shield, just to look at both.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Tom?
I have 3 questions to start. One is, I think the way you presented it, with the 2 different tests, the frequency would be the same. Is that correct?
Yes, once a week for students. We could actually test them prior to coming on site. So if you are a student who will report on Monday, you could test on Friday. And
Okay.
that way we would have your results. And the notion is that it would also lower the risk of students doing crazy things over the weekend because they know they have to come into school on Monday.
Okay. So my 2 key questions that I have are, one, when you talked about where these are being used, are the districts using this data to make decisions on keeping kids, on bringing and retaining kids in school? That's my first question. I'm going to ask 2 before I forget, okay? My second question is really between those 2 tests, and I would say a third option is no testing, just to put it in the mix.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to get us the most students in the building the fastest?
I believe a screener will, because that's another level for us of PPE. When you ask the question about how other schools are using it, it depends on the school that you ask. They are using it to reduce the amount of spread. It has been found that the spread is the students in the building are not the issue. It's what they bring from the outside into the building, and they're using it to reduce spread. Trier, however, who just upped their student attendance on their hybrid, and I believe they have based theirs on the results that they are receiving as a result of doing this test, doing the screening, that they are seeing positive results from it, not positive in terms of having COVID, but reducing the amount of spread within the community.
So thank you. I mean, I just want to come back because you said, I believe. So you said, I believe a screener. So because that's an investment, right? And
right.
How will that investment do what I believe we're trying to do with this, which is get the most number of students in the building safely? Okay.
So when we had our conversation with the medical professionals on the advisory committee, which was comprised of pediatricians, infectious disease doctors, and so forth, it was the consensus of the infectious disease doctors that to have some type of screener in place would allow us to reduce the potential of having an outbreak or a number of COVID cases, which would also allow us to revisit the metrics that we currently have and get kids in the building faster.
Okay, yeah, and I guess that's kind of goes back to the point that I said, is that if we don't use it in making decisions, then I don't understand how, as you said, if we don't bring it into the metrics to say this is showing favorable results and we can do something, or it's showing that we have an issue, then I don't see how I'm a little cloudy, but I'll stop my questions and yield the floor.
Others?
I have a question, and maybe it's been addressed and I missed it, but the notion I have in my mind is that we can start to test students and, and staff before we actually even have classes scheduled to see what the population is evidencing in terms of their health. Right. So like for a week or whatever window of time we test to see who do we catch with it, and therefore that helps us see what the percentage is, so that even if the other indicators aren't as promising in terms of community spread and so forth, we go, wow. So is that part of the plan or not?
I guess that's an option. That's not really what we discussed. The members of the advisory group that met with us when we met with SHIELD suggested that if we test the student before he or she is due to enter the building, we could ward off having a student who is potentially symptomatic or asymptomatic enter the building, and then we're more in a more reactive mode versus being in a proactive frame of mind.
Right.
And so that was the notion about having them come in sooner.
I agree. I mean, and I know it's a very complex thing, but I think this is one element where if we could be aggressively proactive about that and say, okay, we're not going to have hybrid at least until we've already said January 18 or something, that, but maybe to have that be the week where we start to, hey, for those who've opted in, let's go through this. You're going to come to the school, whatever the logistics would be, and then see from there. Otherwise I feel, I feel like we might be waiting longer than maybe we needed to. And again, I realize it's a complex thing. So that's something I want to put out there. And I don't know if it's been discussed much before in this context.
I do want to add that with whatever screener we use, and that's to say, I believe we need a screener. None of them will be fully up and running before February. And I say that because SHIELD, number one, won't even go before the FDA till February. The first time we could bring something to the board would be at the COW meeting in January. With Safeguard, there's a 30-day pilot, and that pilot is to make sure that you have that 50% of the population being tested, so you can begin to see where you are and whether or not you're going to get the results that you're intended to have. And so I don't want to send the message that once we have a screener, that's the only metrics that count, because it does not. It is an additional layer for us that we believe will keep our students and staff safe, but also help to begin to build a sense of safety with reducing spread in the community as well.
Gotcha. So early February is the earliest best case scenario for us to start to get the hybrid going. And so that's
not the hybrid, the screener. The hybrid, if the metrics are where our current metrics say they can come in before that, our tentative date right now is to have students begin to come on site November 19th. January the 19th.
I hear it. Okay, and so I guess that's another question though, is to what degree would we be comfortable as an organization to have students starting to come in without a screener? And so that's another facet.
That is a good question.
So, all right, I'll mute.
But we did not, I was asked why we didn't have the screener in a plan. I did not want to put the screener in the plan until we knew we were going to have it. And then once we have it, then we can go back and revisit the metrics. But I don't want to say that now until we have it in place.
Okay, thank you. I would love if other board members would weigh in with if you think, if the track that I'm suggesting we pursue is a worthwhile track or not, because I'm just one voice.
And I don't know if Greg, Roxana, or Karen want to add anything at this point.
I just I was going to underscore something on that point, and that's just that we designed our metrics independent. It just underscores what Jolene just said. We designed the metrics independent of the screener. And so the rules that we have in place according to the plan that you've all seen are in some ways assuming that nothing like that exists. That answers your question, Matt, right? So the metrics would be in place and we would have people in the school as soon as those metrics allow. That's what, yeah, so.
Well, so I guess that brings the question to mind is, can we change the formula and the metrics with this in the mix? Do
That's
we
what I'm
need to do
saying.
it?
Once we have a screener, then we could go back and revisit the metrics.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. But I guess it's, anyway, so I'm very in favor of having a screener because I want us, if we're able to resume and have some in-person learning happening, I don't want it to go back. And I think a screener is a great way to help that happen.
Yeah, I'll add one more thing too, Dr. Adams, and that's that, our current metrics are in 3 categories, right? We take a look at what's going on within the school, within the surrounding community, and then within the county, right? And so in some ways, the data that we would get from a screener plugs very, very well into our metrics. When you think about that first category, it kind of supplants that. And the question is, how much does that affect the weight of that within our calculations? As a result of that, we have a completely different way to gather that data with a screen.
And it would most assuredly change the weightedness.
So I'm just trying to understand what we gain from going with the more expensive test over the screener test. I mean, obviously one's diagnostic and one isn't, but I'm not sure that translates into any difference of making our students safer, right? Like, I don't know that our students are safer if it's diagnostic versus screening. I don't know if any of the doctors talked about that piece at all.
What they said to us was any screener is better than no screener. The diagnostic screener is more sensitive, and that's why it's done with a PCR machine and not an RT lab. What we did hear from Safeguard is once they get 2 or more like false positives, they then revert to a PCR screener. What I got from the doctors with regards to what your question is, if it is diagnostic, you don't put that cost on parents who may not be able to go out and afford the new test, another test. But today they talked about one being in the stores for $25. But that was one of the things that was shared with me today, that extra cost. The other, I think, is you don't have to do the contact tracing, but the pros and cons kind of go back and forth. The feel is that whatever we do will reduce the spread, but the diagnostic is more conclusive.
Jaylin, do you have any numbers on the difference in accuracy between the two?
They were quite similar, less than 1% of false positives. And when we asked both, they were running about between 97 and 99% accuracy.
Okay, so they detect between 97 and 90. Okay, good. So they're not that different.
Right.
Last, just one question. You talked to a number of schools, it sounded like, that were using this screener. Are all those schools in session now?
Not all of them, depending on their area. If their community spread was at such a high level that they are not, but all of them are planning to go back at some point in January. Some of those times fluctuate. There are some schools that have multiple buildings. And so, if the rate of positivity rate in the buildings alter, but I will tell you, they are seeing fewer and fewer kids who are coming in, who are testing positive, which is allowing them to keep their schools open longer.
So they are, in the context of the spread in our community, successfully making the environment safer for kids.
Yes.
Okay.
And some of them are actually, Nutria is actually doing weekend testing. That's the other thing that both offered, that if we needed to bring samples on Sunday or have kids screen on Sunday, for school on Monday, they could handle that. I'll need to be honest and transparent though that with Shield, there would be a staffing concern. We believe in our conversation with our lead nurse, we could handle the process with Safeguard, but with Shield, there would be some staffing concerns. We do each screener would cause us to have to transport. We could either transport the test ourselves to the labs, or we could contract with a transport company to do that. There is, yeah. So there are some concerns with both. Capacity is one. What the young lady at Shield also told us is there are some districts that are going with Safeguard now that may revert back to Shield once Shield is up and running.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question about, you went over how long it would take to administer the test, but I'm not clear on like who would administer the test. Do they have their staff come in and do it, or does our
No,
staff?
so if we use Safeguard, the kids could do their sample at home and bring it in, or they could do it on campus and they actually drool into a vial and seal it. The work we would have to do with Safeguard is to make sure that the labels are printed, that the labels are put on the vials in the appropriate manner. When the students or the staff bring them in or take their test on site, they themselves could put it on the rack and then our staff would box it up.
So
With Shield, you have to do it on site. And so you come into one station, and at that station, you show the person your ID. They have to look you up in the system. Then they print out the label. They give it to you, your label and your vial. Then you go to another station where you have to have somebody also stationed who watches you drool into the vial. And once you drool into the vial, then you go to another station where there's someone to make sure that you turn it in and put it away safely. And then you have someone that kind of supervises all of that.
So those supervisors would be, for Shield, that would be their people. For Safeguard,
No, they would be our people.
Those
We
would be
would
our-
have to hire. That's why I said there'd be a staffing consideration.
How many people would be required to do that?
It depends on how many lanes. There are 3 people per lane. One to make sure that they know who you are. The second person is to actually observe you drool. And then the third person is to make sure that you put your vial in the correct place.
So do you think that those would be people that you would hire, or people that are already within that would be trained?
If we had the staffing, we could train them. But right now, I don't think we have the staffing.
Thank you.
I had a question. One's a rudimentary question that has to do with the saliva, the drool test versus the nasal swab. And just curious if there's a greater cost to the nasal swab. Asking that because just trying to imagine a lot of drool around, and how with high school students, and I'm not sure even with the transport issue, if self-transport is allowed with, it seems like a biohazard. So I'm just wondering if that's been thought, if that's been talked about.
Self-transport, the only self-transport would be them bringing it from home to the school. That's the only thing. When it goes to the lab, the district is responsible for transporting the boxes with the vials in them. Whenever they're packed, there is a process to wipe down everything to make sure that everything is sanitized. With regards to the nasal swab, the one that we're getting free from the government is the BioNext Now. And that one is just you have to be symptomatic to get that. And that's the one where you go up into your nasal passage. I don't know the cost for what's being done with the nasal swabs as a test. I've not heard of any school using the nasal swabs as a diagnostic test. The only thing we've heard about anybody having anything with the nasal swab is the BioNext Now, which is offered to all schools, all public health departments. They actually go to the public health department and then they distribute it to the senior living facilities and to the schools. That is free, but that is only to be given to those who are showing symptoms.
Okay, and I guess the reason I was asking is that just in you know, K-12 may be different than colleges, because I know for both of my daughters, their school has been testing 3 times a week, and it's a self swab that, you know, it's supervised. So that's why I was curious about. It seems less cumbersome than the saliva test. So I was just curious if that had been explored, if there was a cost aspect.
It has not. I guess we could look into that, but it has not at this point. I've not heard of any school systems that are doing that. I don't know, Karen, if you've heard with your communications contacts, Roxanne, if you've heard with HR, or Greg, if you've heard in your group. I have not. It's not come up in any superintendent's meeting.
Okay, so and the infectious disease docs did not have
No.
that. Okay. The other question I had was, you know, as we were talking about putting the screening into the metrics for our staff, I was under the impression that one of the prerequisites or agreements had to do with screening being a part of coming, you know, being in the building for students or staff.
Right.
So is it, I mean, it doesn't sound like it's feasible for us to suggest that we can do this without that being part of the metric.
That was part of negotiations with the faculty senate, was for the screening. And so if we go, I have to be honest, if we go with Shield, then we would probably have to go back and renegotiate, because Shield requires that you share the personal information.
Right. I guess my question is more about the timing, that regardless of which one we use, the earliest for the other is February.
So maybe I'm not clear in your question. We've already done that work with the faculty senate. Is that what you're asking? Have we finished that part of the
No, I
agreement?
understand the screening piece. I'm trying to get the timeline piece, that the suggestion that isn't in the metrics now, but it could be, but that would push the date from what we have been as a potential from January to February.
No, what I was saying is the our current metrics is what we're using right now to determine when we'll be back on site. Once we have a screener in place and we have an agreement with the company and we're ready to do it, then we could go back and revisit the metrics to include the screener. But right now, it is not a part of our metrics.
And I'm just try one more time, because I could just
maybe I'm not understanding.
No, I'm just trying to understand if are staff willing to come back without the screening tool?
Yes. If the metrics are such that they can come on site and know that we're trying to keep them safe. So we're putting in a self-certification app. We're taking temperatures. We've put in plexiglass. We've tried to answer all of the questions that we've received thus far from the faculty and staff to show them that we're trying to provide a safe and healthy environment. They know that we have the form. We've talked about the fact that, you know, people will either do the consent and waiver and take the test, or they won't. But they do know that the expectation is, once we can bring people on site safely, that is the expectation.
So by expectation, you mean that's the mandate, or is it still
That's
optional?
part of, that is the agreement that they will be on site
Okay.
unless they qualify for an accommodation.
And then last question just has to do, does the cost that is being budgeted include the staffing and transportation?
No, we're still looking at transportation cost. If we go with Safeguard, we believe we can handle that internally with regards to staffing. If we go with Shield, that's where we see the staffing consideration. And so as we begin to look at when we could start, because the cost that I quoted was based upon a fourth of our students being in the building, our staff being tested, and 17 weeks. And so depending on when we could actually have the start date, the number of students who actually opt for hybrid learning, and the staff that signs the consent waiver will determine the number of tests that we will actually get. And then that will be considered in the costs. Carolyn Gus now is looking at transportation, people who transport medical equipment and medical tests. She's looking into that now. We would not be bringing this to the board before the January CAL, and hopefully by that time we would have all of the information. This was just to give the board an update on where we are and get a feel on what the board is thinking and questions that need to be asked.
Okay, so that would be one of mine, just as we're talking about kind of overall costs. I just imagine that transportation in these types of companies are in pretty high demand. So what, if there's even some estimates of what those costs could potentially be.
That'll be all in when we come forward in the proposal.
Thank you.
Questions from others? Tom, do you have a question? So does the administration have the clarity that you were seeking, Joylyn, or do you want us to give you a more definitive answer?
From what I heard, there's a lot of questions that I took. I think I know what the board wants in order to make an informed decision. I did not expect to hear the board tell me which one to go with, but I expect them to, I believe the board expects me to come back with a recommendation that is sound, that is going to meet the needs that we have for our students, that's going to help us get our students and our staff back into the building as quickly as possible and as safe a manner as we possibly can, that is also fiscally manageable.
I have a question. I just want to circle back. Earlier, I'd asked if there's a consensus either way on my.
You did, yes, you did.
Is that important for you to know right now? Or?
It would be very helpful.
Okay, so that's what I want to rebroach, and I don't know if others need me to recap it or if someone can recap it more succinctly or better than I could. But I'll try. Essentially, how in favor would the board be of us starting to do this testing as soon as possible, even before having the students actually take classes inside the building? I think that's essentially what I'm asking, right?
You mean if that's doable with contracts and all of that?
Right. If it's doable, do we want to do that? Incurring the expense, but also to me, investing in getting more clarity and perhaps having it be a greater weight that is assigned to the results of that, so that in my thinking, it could help hasten the resumption of the safe schooling inside that building. So I'm wondering who shares that view.
Matt, I'm sorry, it may not be my place, but I want to ask a quick question about that, okay? If it is, the implications of the analysis is somewhat different depending on the test we're talking about. 24 hours turnaround time for one, 4 hours for the other. So if it's let's talk about the 4-hour one just for a second, because it's a shorter time. If we're talking about a 4-hour turnaround time, what benefit are you seeing would be possible for doing this before kids are in the building, right? I mean, a day before is one thing. Is that what you're talking about? So we get the test back before they come in, or well before that? I don't.
Okay, thanks for clarifying or seeking clarification. My point is for us to really get a pulse on the students who are looking to opt in and their families who are looking to opt their students in. What do the results indicate? And are they indicating, oh boy, we've got only 1% are showing up as having the virus, or is it 6%, or is it some other number? I think that's really important data to understand, because right now we've got these macro numbers, countywide and community-wide, that really don't speak to our distinct population of students, nor to, and I think this would also apply to the staff, right? To the staff activities as well.
So I do need, I think I'm going back to Greg's question. If we go with Safeguard, there's still a 30-day pilot. If we go with Shield, it's still probably going to be in February sometime. But if our metrics say we can come back in sooner than that, then we can come back in sooner than that prior to having the
I hear
screen.
you. Yeah, right. Got it. Right. So that's good to get my head around. So the idea being, hey, so yeah, to do the testing. So I just don't know that, can we even do the testing in late January? Or is it not even, you say pilot, a 30-day pilot, I'm not clear.
Well, they're doing the test, but they're trying to get, one of the things they both asked for is at least 50% of the people who will be on site taking the test.
Yeah.
And so trying to make sure we have a consistent 50%. Or is it 50% of the total staff? And the reason I said the reason I said on site is because we have students who will opt for remote that won't need to take it.
Right.
I'm not fully clear on Matt's question, but I think that what I'm gathering is this question about if we support doing saliva testing so that they could get back in the buildings faster. And I think that for me, I just need to know that it's safe. So if the metrics say so, and we have the ability to go back in the building safely with all of that, what that requires, then yeah. To me, having the saliva testing as that, I really appreciated Dr. Pruitt-Adams, the Swiss cheese image that you showed, like all the different pieces of how that makes it, and the importance of the testing. At this point though, there's some cost missing on this that I would just want to understand to just make an even more informed decision. I support it. I just want more information on the cost, and the grossness factor for me is real about the saliva, but I don't know about the spitting piece, but I think that, I'm just concerned, like the point that Dr. Moore made about the transportation costs. And I'm not saying that if the transportation costs are higher, I would be like, no, don't do it. It's not that. It's just having all the information to make
all of the information. Absolutely. And I do want to say with the Swiss cheese, and I want to be clear with the board that even if we have a screener, you still have to wear the mask, you still have to practice social distancing, and you still have to wash your hands. They all have to work in concert with each other.
Also, can I just reiterate that even with all of those things and the test and everything, the classrooms are still going to be socially distanced. And
yes, I meant to say that.
It is not going to look like what I feel that our community seems to think that school is going to look like, because it's just not the same teaching socially distanced. So it's just for people to not have, I just really would hate for folks to have a false idea about what it's going to look like in classrooms.
And you're absolutely correct. And we've tried to communicate that even with the opt-in, opt-out initial, we've said it will look different. It is not pre-pandemic classroom instruction.
Thank you, Dr. Pruitt-Adams. You all have done a really great job of reiterating that over and over again. What I'm already hearing come down the pipeline is after they get back in the classrooms, are the concerns from families that, but they're not getting this, they're not getting that. And it's like, but so I know that I know that you all have said it repeatedly, and I know that we have reiterated it and it's been brought up, but I just can't stress it enough, because I just don't think people outside of education fully understand what happens in a classroom and really understand what difference it's going to be going back in.
Sarah, can I ask a follow-up? Okay. So I'm just trying to understand. So as I see it, we will not be testing. Right now, the testing wouldn't really commence until probably February is what I think I heard. Is that right?
Yes.
So what that means is we can, and that's just because of the logistics of getting everything up and running.
Yes.
Okay, so I think I might have answered my own question, but let me just continue my quick thought process, which is, what I believe we've seen is that for other districts, the positivity rate when they've done testing, it has shown a lower rate, which is what you mentioned earlier, than some of the macro numbers that we're seeing in our communities.
Yes, that is correct.
That's the data that's in my head. So my concern is if we're going to have our metrics solely based on those macro numbers, yet there's a possibility that within our schools we would have a much lower rate, then we would be losing the opportunity to have our kids in the school. But the conundrum is you can't test them to get the data because the macro metrics are high. So it's like we're kind of pinned until we can get testing data.
Right. Tom, you're capturing what I was saying. Just for the record, that is, you're saying it more clearly than I was. Thank you.
Well, if that's more clearly, so I guess the question is, how could we get? To me, if we're going to pursue testing, which I am in support of, the sooner we can do it and rely on it, it's the best measure of our actual population. And I'll stop there.
Yes.
Okay. Greg.
If there are no other questions, I think that concludes.
I'm sorry, I have to jump in again. In the past, we've said we need to give you consensus, and I don't hear it. And so I'm a little unclear as to why I'm not hearing from others on this. Either way, but Tom and I do not a majority make. And so my tone is a little bit angsty because I don't think you have the answer you need, Dr. Pruitt-Adams.
Well, what I heard was there's still some more information needed. I didn't hear anyone say, don't pursue looking into the screener. I've heard, get the information, bring it to us, we'll make a decision and get it going. But I didn't hear anyone say, it's dead in the water.
Okay, as long as you feel good. As long as you're good, I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes all of the discussion items. I'm going to turn it back over to President Spivey for the action items.
Okay, we have still the levy left to approve. So adoption of the 2020 tax levy. Gail, I did not see a motion in here when I was looking at it. Is it just we move to approve it? Is that all it is?
Yes, it says for the board to adopt the 2020 levy as presented.
Okay, so I move that the board adopt the 2020 levy as presented.
Second.
Any conversation on this? Gail, could you call the roll, please?
Gail, you're muted.
And Cindy looks like she's trying to talk.
I was saying she was muted.
Oh.
Sorry. Mr. Isley,
Yes.
Mr. Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kopsky,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then the next one is the approval of the substitute rate increase. Is Roxana still here to speak to this?
She is, but you usually do the motion and the second before she's still here.
Yeah, okay. I hadn't seen her. All right. So I move to approve the increased daily rate for substitute teachers to reflect a new price of $150 per day. Is there a second?
Second.
So just a little bit of the background to this request. Our current rate is $120 a day. And as you know, substitute shortage is a widespread problem nationwide, but it became even more pronounced with pandemic. We did a survey of all our substitutes, and we've had a number of substitutes who are not willing to come back. We also had a position posted, so we were able to hire a few more, but the pool is extremely shallow. We also know that we are competing for the limited number of available substitutes with other school districts, and the survey of other school districts has shown that many other school districts have raised their rates. So therefore, we are asking to increase the substitute daily rate to $150. I'm happy to answer any questions.
What's the?
Just
Yeah,
a quick one, and I'm sorry, Tom.
Yep, go ahead, Rob.
Roxana, you said you've talked to other districts or surveyed other districts, and they've raised their rates. Is the going rate around 150 a day? Is that how you hit on this?
It's actually between 140 and 190. So we try to land somewhere in the middle.
My question just was what's the annual impact of this change?
It's hard to predict. It depends on how many absences we have that we need to cover.
But I mean, we have historical data, we have something that we base it on, don't we?
Cindy, what's our average spend on subs? We can't hear you. You're muted.
Annually, it's between 650 and about 725,000.
But we've had some savings from this semester, correct?
Correct, yes.
This is, it's Gina. Tom, I'm sorry, were you done?
I'm just awaiting if there's any answer or not. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Cindy, you want to repeat what we normally?
Sure. We spend anywhere between 650,000 and 725,000 annually on subs.
So if this is about a 20-some% increase in the rate of pay for sub on a per day basis, will we be talking about something like that overall for the $600,000+? 20-some% increase in that?
Yes, but it, also too, don't forget, we didn't use the sub pool that much in the first semester. So we're coming back into the second semester.
Right, but he's still wanting to know what the potential cost would be relative to what we normally pay.
Yeah.
And that's why Greg asked you about the 20%.
Yeah, I got it. So it would be about that, except remember, we don't know how many staff we're going to actually have to hire. That's the only thing too. So I could say yes, it could be 20%, but we may be low and we may be high because again, it depends on how many we need.
But ongoingly, the anticipation is in future years when we don't have the pandemic, that this would be a built-in new number, right? So in a typical year, 25% of 650 is around 160 grand. So roughly 160 grand increase to 180 is, I'm thinking from hearing the raw numbers, it's a 25% increase. And for this half of a year, it would be less than half of that probably, or maybe more. But that's just me off the back of, okay.
Does it make any, I mean, does it make any sense to make this number sort of like a COVID surcharge and then revisit the number at a later, the ongoing number at a later time?
We absolutely could do it. Yeah. We could do it as a temporary rate for COVID and then revisit it, do another survey to see what other districts are doing. We want to remain competitive so we can cover our absences, but at the same time, we absolutely don't want to raise our costs unreasonably. So I agree, it's a temporary solution could be a good one.
And that's, yeah, we plan to use a sub account, but it's also being monitored as a part of the COVID expenses.
I think that there's a definite financial cost, but the larger cost of not having anyone to fill those spaces for teachers and having to double up students in spaces that we already don't have because they're, since needing to be socially distanced, and being competitive is really huge in the sub-market right now because they're not, they know they're in high demand and they are going where they're going to get paid.
Yes, they are.
Definitely going to where they're going to get paid because they know the shortage is real. So getting a pool of subs that you actually can keep and maintain is like, it's like gold right now. So so this, I appreciate the idea of it being a temporary measure because of COVID, but what I'm sure of is that the teacher shortage is not going in an opposite direction yet. And so the need for them is not going away anytime soon, even post-COVID. But I can appreciate for now us having a conversation about temporariness. But yeah, I support you all raising it. I think that it's going to be, even with the raise, it's going to be a challenge still to maintain the amount of staff that you're going to need and getting people to come in. To actually come in and be subs during COVID when we go back in buildings, there's a lot of barriers for this. So I say a yes. I'm a yes for that.
If I may broach, just hearing all of this insight, I wonder if we may want to consider raising it higher than 150. I heard the range being 140 to 190. I don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish and jeopardize the return of students to classes. So, to me, at 180, I mean, again, with everything else that's on the line and knowing the competition, just having a glimmer of it here, I don't know why we wouldn't be on the upper end of that range to compete. And then maybe after COVID, we can readdress it and say, hey, you know what, move it down to something else. But, that's just something I wanted to broach.
I'd defer to the recommendation of the administration who's pulled the audience and come back to it. So I'm in support of the recommendation as is.
Yeah, I'm with Tom, but I do think this should be a temporary thing that we revisit once COVID is done and reassess the market, because we may want to adjust the number up or down after that. I mean, so when COVID's done, we'll see where the teacher shortage is. As Gina says, it's a very real thing, and it's not just in our state, it's in other states. So I think doing the adjustment that the administration recommends right now makes sense, but we should do it on a temporary basis and revisit it in the fall.
Gail, do we need to amend the motion then to indicate that we're going to revisit it in the fall?
No.
No? Okay.
We just need a roll call.
Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Mr. Martieri?
Yep.
Mr. Barron?
Yes.
Mr. Isley?
Sorry, yes.
Ms. Harris?
Yes.
Mr. Kopsky?
Yes.
Dr. Moore?
Yes.
And Ms. Dixon-Spivey?
Yes.
Thank you.
That concludes the items for action. You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I'm struggling. I'm so tired. Okay, we do have future agenda items. I don't know if anybody wants to mention any. We also still have to go back into closed session for a little bit and then come back out to vote on the personnel item. So should we just, what is it, recess open session, go into closed and get that done? Okay,
There are no
so
future agenda items.
Say that
correct.
again.
Good.
It is future already, so.
Yeah, but we have to come back for the personnel item.
Okay.
So,
See you another Zoom.
yep.
So Greg, Roxana, and Cindy, you're in closed session. Everybody else, good night.
Good night,
everyone.
Good night, everybody.
I'll be a few minutes. I'll be just a couple minutes to get into closed.
I'm going to step away for a moment as well. Oh.
You all look familiar.
I'm a whole day older, at least.
Second.
And
Do we have everybody?
I think Jackie's coming. Let's
Okay.
see.
I'm here.
Oh, good.
Okay. All right, so we're back in open session, and we are here for item 9.01, personnel recommendations, including new hires, transfer, and retirement. I move to approve the personnel recommendations as presented.
Second.
Gail, could you do a roll call, please?
Barron,
Yes.
Mr. Isley,
Yes.
Ms. Harris,
Yes.
Mr. Kovsky,
Yes.
Dr. Moore,
Yes.
Mr. Martieri,
Yes.
and Ms. Dixon Spivey.
Yes. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So
So
moved.
Second.
Any
So
again?
many.
Yeah.
All right,
pick all of
guys.
us, Gail. Pick all of us.
Good night, y'all.
Good
morning.
night.
Good night, all.
Bye.
See you